I'd like to welcome each and every one of you to this evening's meeting. This is the 11th meeting of the Board of Directors of the City of Hot Springs. We're meeting on a Wednesday because yesterday was Independence Day. So hopefully you all had a very happy and festive and safe 4th of July. Today being July 5th, and like I said, this is the 11th meeting of the Board of Directors. We have, for the year, we have a short agenda, but we know that you're all here for an item of interest, and we're going to allow each and every one of you to speak that chooses to speak. We do have a 3-minute time limit, and if the comments that you wanted to make were already mentioned, you know, you can stand up from as I call you and indicate that you are in support of or against of, and the comments that support your position have already been made. We do have a chair right here, because in the process of with this many people, I always like to call 2 people up. One will be, so to speak, in the baseball terminology, in the batter's box. The other will be at the plate, being the podium, and then we'll continue to rotate because it takes a while for people to shimmy across the various rows where they're seated, and we can expedite the meeting a little better there. So all comments are appreciated. I certainly do appreciate the fire department coming and assisting and in assuring that we have we're meeting occupancy requirements or not exceeding occupancy requirements. In the unlikely event that we had to evacuate, you know, we certainly have the stairs that lead out to the front, the double doors. You know, most of you probably came in the double doors, but a lot of you might have done the staircase, and then we have an exit over here. Just push the little green button, the door will open. You know, unlock the door, and you can and we can all leave safely if necessary. So with that, we'll begin with the invocation. Do we have an individual providing the invocation?
We do not.
Oh, well then all rise and I'll do so. Let us all pray. Thank you, dear Lord, for allowing us to gather here today to do the important work for the City of Hot Springs. We are most appreciative of all those who are in attendance today and wish to participate in their local government. May you watch over us and guide us and give us the wisdom we need, and allow all those who wish to speak to do so with clarity of heart and mind. In you we pray. Thank you, Lord Jesus. Amen. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll now call this meeting to order. Please call the roll.
Director Aaron Holliday.
Here.
Director Phyllis Beard.
Present.
Director Marcia Dobbs-Smith.
Here.
Director Dudley Webb.
Here.
Director Karen Garcia.
Here.
Director Steve Trusty.
Here.
Mayor Pat McCabe.
Here. Thank you all. Now we'll consider the approval of the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Items to be removed from consent agenda to new business? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved. Second.
Director Trustee, seconded by Director Garcia. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Agenda is approved. Consider approval of the minutes of the regularly scheduled meeting of June 20th, 2023. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections to the minutes as presented? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Director Garcia. Director Holliday made the second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Minutes are approved. Recognition of guests. Do individual directors have any guests they'd like to point out tonight? You all are our guests, and we appreciate that. You're 50% more than the agenda meeting. We've got a whole another group out in the foyer area. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Any individuals? Director Dudley Webb.
Thank you, Mayor. I haven't got any, or there may be some guests that I'm about to mention that are here tonight, but I do want to call our attention and give a great amount of thanks to the volunteers from Arvis Bank from volunteering their time to paint and provide other duties to make our airport look better, at least the interior. So to those of you who might be here and work in some capacity with Arvis Bank, I thank you for your volunteer service for our city to better enhance the interior part of our airport. For those not here and maybe watching, or those who watch at a later time, just thank you for your volunteer efforts. It looks great. The inside of the airport does.
Very good. Other directors with guests? Well, as I said, you're all of our guests, and thank you so much for your participation this evening. This time we'll hear from our very own city manager, Mr. Bill Burrow, for the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. I'll be brief in comments. I do have a few comments, but first, I'd like to recognize Brooke Gilbert. Brooke joined the City of Hot Springs as our Human Resource Director in June 20th of 2023. Brooke has 15 years of proven human resource leadership with previous experience in banking, retail, education, and healthcare. Prior to joining the City of Hot Springs, she served the First Steps Human Resource Director for 6 years. Brooke holds a Master of Education degree in Adult Education from the University of Arkansas Little Rock and a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration, Human Resource Management from Lyon College. She enjoys being outdoors, hiking the local trails, giving back to the community through volunteer coaching through the local YMCA, and for the city's 6 Under T-Ball League. And I heard you're a really good coach, too. I didn't know that till the other day when somebody was talking to me. But I'd like to introduce to the public and the board, Brooke Gilbert. Brooke.
Thank you, Brooke.
Good evening. My name is Brooke Gilbert, and it's an honor to represent the City of Hot Springs as your new Human Resources Director. As Bill previously said, I bring to the table 15 years of proven HR experience, previously serving the local community as the HR Director for First Step Incorporated. Our goal in the upcoming year is to focus on modernization, organizational management, and leadership development. It's important that we focus on our culture, positioning ourselves as an employer of choice for the community that we serve. Thank you.
Very good. That's much shorter than the 2-hour review of human resources benefits that she had talked about earlier.
Thank you, Brooke.
Thank you, Brooke.
Some of the comments, City of Hot Springs is accepting applications until noon Wednesday, August the 2nd for 2 volunteer positions on various city advisory boards and committees. We have 1 opening for a city resident on the Civil Service Commission and 1 position open on the Transportation Advisory Committee. Those interested in serving can go to our website, cityhs.net/boards and commissions, or contact Lee Leverton at 501-321-6805. And those again will be open until noon Wednesday, August the 2nd. Very pleased to announce that our 2023 paving program started this morning. So the milling crews came in. They're working over on Wood Street from Lacey to Pearl. The milling crew will continue there tomorrow for about half a day and then move over to Westover Street, followed by Garland Avenue and then Thornton Street. We've got many streets this year thanks to Our Roads Now. So glad to see them coming in and starting on those projects. We're nearing the completion of our current phase of the wayfinding. We're going to do a walkthrough the week of July 24th. Couple of things that we saw that may need a punch list, but if you've seen the new signs around town, I've had a lot of good comments around those, and just want to thank Mike Hill and Gary Carnahan and all of those at West Central for helping us with this particular project. They really look nice. We do have some redundant signage now that once we get these approved, we'll come back and reduce some of that redundancy as we move forward. Chelsea Street sidewalk progress, that's been something that's been ongoing for a while. We should be finished up this week on Chelsea Street between Bayard and Claremont. However, the CDBG Chelsea sidewalks from Bayard to the Greenway and Claremont to Delaware, we're bringing that to the board on July 18th. But a lot of kids live in that area, so we're glad to be able to get a sidewalk installed in that particular area. Malvern improvements, we've reviewed the bids on the Malvern improvements from Gulf to Church. We believe we'll have those ready to come to the board on August the 1st. So that'll be the next phase of the Malvern improvements. Finally, EPA inspector leaves a high review at the Ouachita Water Treatment Plant. The EPA 6 sent an inspector to review water utilities, emergency response plan, and risk and resilience. It's an assessment that they do every so often. Along with reviewing the documents, he did a walkthrough inspection of the Ouachita Water Treatment Plant and associated storage and pumping facilities. Although he's not really tasked to do a pass-fail inspection, the inspector commented that our plant and facilities were the best he has ever inspected. So I thought that was great. Kudos for Cody Howell and Chase Helton and Monty and the guys that are working up the water treatment plant. Really appreciate what they're doing for us. And then finally, I attended a meeting with Bobby Harris and Monty Ledbetter, our utilities director. We flew down to Dallas last Wednesday, came back on Thursday, actually drove back on Thursday, giving a report to EPA Region 6 on our wastewater projects, specifically what we're doing over in the Gulf Basin. Those of you who may or may not know, we've completed about $100 million worth of projects in Fairwood and Stokes Creek basins over the past 12 years. We've got about 62 million that we're working on now in that Gulf Basin, and that should shore up our wastewater collection system pretty well with new pump stations, as well as a couple of new force mains that we're putting in on Catherine Heights Road. So those are going really well, and the EPA was glad to hear what we were doing. We've got a good relationship with them, as well as ADEQ on these projects. So just want to update the board on that. Mayor, that completes my report.
Very good. Thank you very much. This time we'll consider the consent agenda. These are of a routine nature. They do not merit individual discussion. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. Director Garcia made the motion.
Second.
Seconded by Director Dudley Webb. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign.
Can we still make the announcement?
Pardon?
Can we still make announcement?
Oh, I'm
Upcoming
sorry. Yeah,
announcement?
we'll do that. I'm sorry. Yeah, so all in favor said aye.
Aye.
Consent agenda is approved, and thank you, Director Garcia. Announcements of upcoming events. Director Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to let everyone know that the Hot Springs Police Department is providing Narcan training again on July 11th, 6 p.m. at the Hot Springs Police Department. I see a number of nonprofits here. I think that it's good for all organizations, someone to have that training, as well as elected officials and individuals that are about in the community. They do an excellent job with the training, as well as are very impressed with our new peer recovery specialist there. And I attended the training last week, and I was very pleased, as well as the other participants' feedback I heard was as well. So thank you to the police department, and take advantage of this and next July 11th.
Very good. Any other director have an upcoming event they'd like to announce? Hearing none, we'll move on. We already did the consent agenda. Now we're going to move to new business, where we have two action items. The first is to consider Resolution R-23-129. I'll ask the city attorney to read by title.
Resolution R-23-129, a resolution authorizing the purchase of certain real property at 109 Hobson Avenue, real property ID number 50235, located in Section 4, Township 3 South, Range 19 West in Garland County, Arkansas, and for other purposes. That concludes your reading, Mayor. If you would entertain a motion second to adopt.
Motion to adopt.
So moved.
Director
Second.
Trustee, seconded by Director Garcia. Staff report will be provided by Mr. Bill Burrow, our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. On June 2019, the City of Hot Springs, along with area nonprofits and community leaders, hosted a poverty summit and discussion on the topic of homelessness. The event was our first time taking a lead role in dealing with the unsheltered and homeless populations and conducting outreach to our area service providers. The focus of this event was to raise awareness and to begin the process of developing a system-wide approach to create sustainable solutions for poverty and homelessness. Discussion centered on area homelessness, at-risk populations, including successful programs and best practices, existing efforts, and to facilitate meaningful coordination among individuals and organizations that are striving to address these very issues. As a direct result of the summit, our highly impacting HopeWorks job experience program was created, along with a better coordination and understanding of provider services and resources. Several areas for improvement were highlighted during these discussions, but the lack of a single centralized facility to offer resources to the at-risk and unsheltered community was a recurring point. Property located at 109 Hobson Avenue, the Prince of Peace Lutheran Church, has been identified as a good location for the community resource shelter/center. The property consists of the church sanctuary with an attached accessory building. The original building was constructed in 1964, and the attached two-story addition was built in 1983 with a total building area of 18,219 square feet upon 1.35 acres and approximately 20,000 square feet of asphalt parking lot. The annual U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development point in time count is a survey used to count the number of homeless individuals in the Hot Springs area. The figures pointed to an alarming increase in the number of individuals experiencing homelessness in our area and demonstrates a need for a facility to offer shelter and services. Since 2020, the COVID pandemic directly impacted the pit count figures, but the upward trend is still apparent. In 2022, a total of 15 adults and 16 children were reported in the pit count as temporarily sheltered homeless, totaling 31 individuals counted. This is compared to 31 unsheltered counted in 2021 and 22 counted in 2020. The most recent pit count figures from 2023 show 140 homeless and unsheltered individuals. There's been a lot of discussion on whether that's an accurate count. Anecdotally, I think it's very low. This count is always taken in the winter on the same day everywhere in the country. And a lot of times you just don't catch all of those that are actually unsheltered and homeless. The City of Hot Springs is a recipient of federal funding from HUD as an entitlement grantee of the Community Development Block Grant. CDBG is what it's often called. The city is also an active member of the Southwest Arkansas Partnership, SWAP, Local Homeless Coalition, and a city staff member serves as a SWAP representative on the Arkansas Balance of State Continuum of Care. SWAP meets monthly and includes agencies addressing health and mental health, unaccompanied youth, street outreach, victims of domestic violence, veterans, workforce training, human services, emergency shelter, rapid rehousing, public and affordable housing, and poverty at risk of homelessness. SWAP does, those individuals that are working through SWAP are amazing. Community resource centers and shelters serve two purposes. They provide an immediate impact to the unsheltered population by these centers help bring together nonprofits and service providers all working towards a common goal. As listed in the HUD Annual Action Plan, the City of Hot Springs has been working on getting a resource shelter facility fully functional. This facility will provide expanded capabilities for temporary sheltering homeless individuals and providing emergency shelter. It is expected that this shelter facility will benefit dozens of homeless individuals in Hot Springs and will be open to all individuals experiencing homelessness. The facility will also house areas, nonprofits that can provide additional services or resources on top of the shelter function as a one-stop shop for getting assistance in Hot Springs. A centralized location paired with the existing extensive referral network among SWAP members and RBOS members are more efficiently served in the area of homelessness. The funding for the purchase price of $750,000 will come from the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA restricted allocation, which we have about $1.2 million. There is an additional funding from the city CDBG allocation in the amount of $369,840.96 from program year 2021, and then $104,883 from program year 2020, which was programmed specifically for quarantine shelter facility. Costs that may be paid with the CDBG funds include the cost of surveys to identify the property to be acquired, appraisals, the preparation of legal documents, recording fees, and other costs that are necessary to effect the acquisition. Real property does not include movable equipment, furnishings, or operations and maintenance expenses. Any fixtures not considered to be an integral structural fixture is generally an ineligible expense. For For example, fire protection equipment is considered for this purpose to be an integral part of the public facility, and thus purchase of such equipment would be eligible. As requested, Deputy City Managers estimate that the potential annual maintenance operation of the building at 109 Hobson will total between $155,000 and $160,000. This estimate is based on review of the annual cost associated with similarly sized city facilities. 324 Malvern building cost about $111,000 to $125,000, while the annex building at 111 Opera, right next door, has an annual cost of about $167,000 to $200,000 annually. The size of Prince of Peace Church building is between the size of the aforementioned buildings. Thus, the estimate is given between the cost of those two operating structures. Also requested was information regarding the bus stops near 109 Hobson. This property is served by IT Route 1 with both an inbound stop and an outbound stop. We actually have a bus stop on the corner of the property. A little bit more information on this particular item. The board charged staff to come up with a solution to a resource center / homeless shelter in 2021. Staff has continued to work on that project since that time. This was also an item that was listed on the unfunded capital projects list. As you know, the resource center was 8th highest rated by the ad hoc committee that I appointed to review those. I've sent each of you a copy of that in the past. The Resource Center remained a high priority for this board as well, as you rated those same projects. The center was scored as the top 3 priorities for 4 of the board members and 5th, 8th, and 14th of the other 3. These ratings were based on the center cost to be $4.5 million at that time. It may have rated higher with this much lower cost estimate, so I wanted to make the board aware of that as well. I feel staff has done all we can really do to bring this to the board. We've looked at many different facilities. We looked at building a facility from scratch. We looked at prior schools that could be renovated. When we heard about this facility and started that dialogue and got to tour the facility, not many buildings are set up as well as this one is for this type of a structure, for this type of a program. We've got a sanctuary and a fellowship hall on each end of the building. In the future, that could be used to separate men and women. It's got a second story that could be used for quarantine and families. You know, one of the things that is part of this purchase price is that the church will continue to use that interior section, that middle section, which is kind of an annex, and the sanctuary for up to 12 months. Excuse me. So as we work through this process, it's not going to be an overnight shelter for a couple of years if we get to that point, but it can immediately be a site for resources. It's going to take some time to bring all of the nonprofits together again. We've got great nonprofits in our community that are doing great things. Every one of those should be part of this project. We don't want to take anything away from what anyone is currently doing. We just want to make sure we can have some type of satellite from those in this center to address and assess those that are going to be using it. One of the goals over time was to relocate the current feeding program that we have at Jackson House. Jackson House is willing to relocate that to this center. Having a place for congregate meals indoors versus where they have to go now, I think is a plus. There's been some discussion on the appraised value of the building. The appraised value was lower than what the offer amount was. We started this at $1 million. We used that appraised value to negotiate to the $750. Staff, myself, believes that there's value in knowing what it's going to cost to build one from the beginning. When you're looking at $3.5 to $4.5 million, $750 looked pretty good to us. And there's, as we discussed, there's other things that we'll have to do to the facility. Fire suppression would be one of those. We're able to use those CDBG funds. Something that came up in June. We've got that $380,000 that we set back in 2021 for CDBG. We've got a notice now from them that we're beyond our time period. We've got 1 year to spend that money. Or if we don't do it here, I'm going to ask the board to reallocate to other projects in the community. We don't want to lose that $380,000+. The CV money, it's a little bit harder to spend. However, it does fit well for this project, and that is the CDBG COVID that I mentioned in the amount of a little over $300,000. I'm sorry, $104,000. We started, I think, up at that amount, but we had food subsistence, utility, and rental assistance coming out of that. There's still $104,000 of that dollars. We're going to have to turn that back in if we don't use it for something very soon, and something like this that fits into what we can use that money for. So with that, Mayor, I'll be glad to answer any questions. I know you've got a lot of people that want to speak for and against this particular project. Again, staff was charged with this in 2021. Everything that we've looked at and have been able to work on, we feel like we've brought you the best recommendation that we can bring. And whether that is voted up or down tonight, we'll move on to our next projects either way. If it passes, then we'll continue to work and start having some serious meetings with all of the nonprofits that are willing to work on this project. So with that, Mayor, I'll turn it over.
Very good. Thank you for the thorough report. At this time, if individual directors have questions regarding this, Mr. Burrow's report, or other members of the staff who might be able to assist Mr. Burrow, please ask those questions. Any questions from the board members? Director Webb?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Got to make sure I get all my verbiage right, so give me just a second. But ARPA money, that's what we're referring to as COVID money, right? And it's from ARPA, at least the restricted side of that is where we get the 1.2 million, right?
The city was allocated, I think it was 11.3 million. 10 million of that was more unrestricted. We were able to use that money already. However, they limited that to the first 10 million. So the 1.2, a little over 1.2 million is in a restricted fund. Cities across the United States was having issues on trying to shoehorn that bit of the money in projects. So they came out with what they called ARPA Flex or ARPA Lite. Which did include the ability to use some of these funds for anything that you could use CDBG funds for. So we're able to use that restricted amount on a project like this.
And that's great that we're able to take those restricted funds from ARPA and apply it to projects such as this. I guess the question I have is, it's my understanding that with ARPA fundage, even in this case of restricted funds, that there doesn't have to be any release of the plans to use those funds until the end of '24, right? And then that money has to be spent by the end of '26. And we're here July 5th of '23. Why are we in such a rush to push this particular project through using these funds when we actually have a little over a year? And there's still, there's some more questions that I have as this meeting continues over, like the operational side of the Resource Center. With those amount of questions that I have and maybe others, would it not be in our best interest to maybe not rush this project so that we get everything right? Because I'm in agreement. I want to see this project be successful. But at the same time, I know in order to be successful, we've got to make sure that we implement everything right on the front end. And if we push it through too fast when we don't really have to, it could cause some errors in the long run. So I just, can you share with me maybe why we're in such a rush to get this project pushed when the actual deadline to submit any type of plans isn't until November or December of '24?
Be glad to. One, I don't know that we're in such a rush. We've been working on this since 2019, and it was this board's primary goal during the goal setting for staff to bring this to you, and that's what we've done. Now, talking about the deadlines, it is true that you have to have the projects identified and submitted by 2024 and spent by 26. But we've also heard a lot about them repealing and clawing back these funds, so I do think we need to get them obligated at some point. We were able to do that with the 10 million. We were not able to do that with the 1.2. But I don't know that we've been in a rush. We've been working on this for 2 years. I know that you haven't been on the board as long as we've been working on that, but the other members have. Again, this is just staff basically doing what we were charged to do in 2021.
Follow-up, Director Webb? Follow-up question, Director Webb?
Yes, I think the follow-up that I would have with that is, without having any RFP set in mind to alleviate any questions or concerns over the services that are being provided within this center and what each service steps are, any type of say potential liquidated damages clauses that might be included in an RFP, and a host of other questions that might go into just the administrative process and how these policies and systems are going to be developed. Would it not be better for us to maybe approach this by tabling it and addressing it at the August 5th budget meeting? And at that time is where we can really pinpoint what we should include in an RFP that goes out and take that RFP into consideration before buying the property.
You're asking me?
Yes.
Well, that's the board's
I'm-
prerogative to table something. I will say this on this facility. I don't know that it won't still be here. I think now that we've got people, now that they know that this building can be purchased for $750, and as strong as this building is, I can't tell you that it'll still be here. This church is looking to sell that property. That's the first thing. The second thing is play this out. Let's get down a year. We have no progress on trying to develop a program. It's not going to be used for a resource center. It's not going to be used for a homeless shelter. This building still has value to the city. Next year, and we've got a meeting coming up in a week, we're probably going to have notice that we've got to bring down the score for math and science. I need square footage, large amounts of square footage that's climate controlled to store Christmas decorations, city records. We need a senior citizen center. This building can be used for a lot of the things that we have a need for if it's not used for this. I think this is the best use for the building, but should that not happen, we have other needs that we can use this building for. But as far as tabling or doing anything else, that's really not a staff decision. I'll leave that to the board.
Well, let me hear from Director Garcia real quick. I can come back, Director Webb. Director Garcia?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things, Mr. City Manager, because this was referenced as COVID money, and we actually received 2 different buckets of money or grants from the federal government. The COVID money was received first during the COVID, and afterwards was the American Rescue Funds, and they were allocated to the cities and states for specific reasons for anything over 10 million. And that's why this 1.2 million can only be used for some specific things. And if you read the American Rescue Fund's plan, it specifically addresses everything that this program and plan use for this facility is in this number, or what we're here for tonight. Last month at the AML training at our conference, their staff recommended, and their grants person that oversees this and provides the training for the American Rescue Funds, to get your commitments as soon as possible, because there have already been a number of changes made to, and the deadline right now, that's what it says, but tomorrow they could come out again, which they did last month with some different rules. The deadlines can be moved up, and if we don't have our commitments in there, we can lose that 1.2 million. This isn't coming out of our budget or out of city funds. It's a one-time money, and it's specifically for these type purposes. And if we don't use that, and we don't use the monies that were from CDBG, we will end up having to turn back over $1.5 million that could have been put to good use. So rather than, the staff's been working on it 2 years, there's people here that's been working on it for 4 and more years, because the summit I attended, I believe, was in 2019, and all of this got to be working on in the unity among the nonprofits and churches, working for a single goal. And I trust, as when back in March, when we received information from a couple of people interested in managing this, that our process for obtaining those agreements with our RFPs and the city attorney's oversight on any agreements, I don't have any qualms about that, but I just want to clarify, we're not using COVID money for this. It's a different grant, federal grant, but it's all federal funds.
Very good.
Isn't that right?
Yeah. Any other questions of Bill?
I have a few
Director Dobbs
questions.
Smith?
The first one is when you were talking, Bill, when you were talking about if we can't use this for this intended use, and we have used these restricted funds that can only be used for a project such as this, and we don't get an agency that can satisfactorily oversee this mission, and we use it for something else, do we have to refund that money?
There's a portion of it that we would continue to use out of this staunch for, say, a senior citizen center. There's other uses that we can still use this for. There is a chance that we would have to pay some of that out of the general fund for a storage if we decided to do that. I can't really answer that today, but I do know that if we don't have it, we're going to spend the money building one somewhere else for the same amount out of the general fund, because we've got to, if we want to continue to have Christmas decorations, we're going to have that storage, and same with the public records. Harmony's done a great job in getting departments in there to shrink that, but it's still quite voluminous when you see what we have to store.
That building is way too pretty to use for Christmas decorations. That's a lovely building.
I
The
agree.
structure is fantastic. No, it is. It's fantastic. Another question that I had, and this isn't a question, this is a statement. Director Garcia said that this was in our top priority, and I don't remember it that way. That I remember it as it came to us in 2021 as a carryover from a previous board, and that at our retreat, it did not rank very high, but you put it on there because you said you'd already put so much work into it, and I totally get it, and I totally support the concept. I do. And it is very much needed. But it wasn't a top priority, and then last year, we just kept the same priorities, and then this year, you charged a blue ribbon committee to make some priorities, and they came in 8th on it, and that was, and no one, and 4 of our directors, you said, made it a #1 priority, which that's awesome, but that was without knowing exactly what we were buying and how much we were paying, because I don't think that you would pay 25% above an appraisal on a structure that we're going to have to do extensive, we have to put in an air conditioner system, we have to, the fire, the fence, the elevator. There are a lot of, most of the time, if you buy a piece of property, you say, okay, here's, you know, you want $1 million, I'll give you 750, but the appraisal came in at 600, and now we found out we need all, and we don't even have an estimate on what all those will cost, or, you know, a good printed estimate on what those things will cost. So that troubles me, that I don't know who would pay that much more of an appraised value in the public sector. And it is a lovely building. I love the building. But there are also, now that we've started thinking about churches, initially you came to us with a $4.5 million structure that was going to have a housing component. This one may or may not have housing. I mean, hopefully it will, because everything that I read says housing first, housing first, housing first. You get housing first, then you get treatment, then you get the resources. You know, then you help with the other things. But housing seems to be, with all successful programs that I've studied, housing is the first thing. Then the other comment that I had is that I've heard about it's called Hope Campus in Fort Smith. I have not visited it, but I feel like I have because I've looked at it, and that's one that was held up to us as an example of good stewardship and good, you know, a model for us to follow. Is that one that you've visited or heard of?
I've definitely heard of it, have not visited that.
Well, that was one that a couple of people
yeah.
mentioned to me, because I did get numerous phone calls about this. And so I did a little research on it, and what I saw was when the Hope Campus opened, well, I got figures from 2015 to 2019. So it opened up, I think, in 14, but let's, you know. So their point in time count in 2015 was 179. Their count in 16 was more. Every month, every year, it was a little bit less in 16, but by the time we got to 2019, which is pre-COVID, it was double that. And now, today, or the one in 2022 was 374, which is quite a few more. And this one has a housing component. It seems like it would be successful because they have group homes and they have all of the services there to help the people who need the help. But it doesn't seem that it's solving homelessness just to have a resource center. And it's also located in an industrial area, and every resource center, every shelter, everything that I have found has pretty much been in a either commercial area or a little bit out. This particular one is in an industrial area. So that does trouble me that, you know, we want it to work, we hope it'll work, and we want to help people. But I'm not so sure that spending, I don't know how much money, we're certainly spending a lot more than this initial cost will be. We're going to spend, when you start naming off all of the other items. And then we do not have, to my knowledge, do we have a memorandum of understanding of any sort from any agency? We put out RFPs, what, 2 years ago? And did we get anyone who was serious and had a workable proposal?
I think we had two
We
that
had two.
submitted. One was we felt needed to have more in it. One, we thought the cost was too much. I do want to answer a couple of things
I'm
that you
sorry, I
mentioned.
get wound up, so answer away.
2021 goals that this board set. I don't set the goals. We have a retreat, you set your goals, I send them to you after that. Make sure everybody is in agreement, those are the goals. That's what I give out to staff.
But
That's
let me
when we
pause
start
you right there. Would
developing a
you agree
budget.
it was the last one on the list? Because it's what I remember. I distinctly remember Director Garcia putting all of her stickers on the overflow place. I remember Director Holliday putting one sticker. I remember, I don't remember where Director Trustees went, but they weren't on, there was only one sticker. And you said, and I agree with you, you had put a lot of energy, you had a big poster from the architect that showed the proposed shelter, and that one was gonna have a few housing units in it. But we didn't have a place then, and we were gonna, $4.5 million. That is a lot of money, and this sounds like a bargain compared to that. But just because it's a bargain doesn't mean I have to overpay. So, sorry, go ahead.
I don't disagree with you, but we don't prioritize those goals, or we didn't at that time. I don't think, I'll have to go back and look at that. when this board gives staff your priorities, they're all priorities. We're going to work on all of those as fast and as well as we can. Some of those we get accomplished, some of those we don't. They'll carry forward. You know, the water plant that we're working on, that's going to be 4 years, you know, in the making. All of these things take some time when you have goals that are lofty as the ones this board has set for us. And we love it as staff. I mean, it's challenging. We're going to work on those. If I was faced with the dilemma of paying a little more than what the appraised value was, you said you don't think I would do that. If I had a bank that says we're going to give you some free money to buy this, or you can give the money back, no, I think I'd buy it.
So you're saying that this money that we're going to spend cannot be used for any other purpose?
I
We
didn't
can't
say
use
that.
it. Well, that's kind of, we have a lot of unfunded priorities, and we have seniors that I've received dozens and dozens of calls from that want a senior center, and we have, if you use the numbers, the point-in-time count numbers, which I agree with you, that is inaccurate. I don't see how that could be possible. But if we use those numbers, that is less than 0.5% of our population if you use 40,000 as our number, and we're less people than 40,000. So if you use 400 as the number, that's 1% of our population that this would serve. And and then we've got 11 million to work with, restricted and unrestricted. So 1% of 11 million is 110,000. If you use those numbers, the 400, which is more than what we think that we have, or we're told that we have, and if we use 40,000, which is more than came up on our census, which is probably inaccurate, and then if you look at the census numbers on our seniors, we have more than 22% of the population of the city of Hot Springs is over 65, and a senior center serves from 50 and up. So I have heard from lots of them, and they want to know why we're considering this money when it could be used for something like that, couldn't it?
Okay, sure. And that's a valid concern, a valid question. But I can tell you that Judge Mahoney and myself, as well as Mayor McKay, we've been working, trying to come up with a senior citizen center. We thought we were first in line to purchase the Quapaw Community Center. That was sold to someone else while we were still thinking we were the ones in line for that. We've gone back to that new owner, and now that $575,000 we thought we were going to buy this building for is now $1.2 million. So,
And if we repaired the
It
air
doubled.
conditioner and I suppose the sprinkler system on this property, the seniors could walk in the day we sign the papers. It's that nice. It's a beautiful place. But my third concern is that, I don't think we should overpay. I don't think that we should, we need to have that memorandum of understanding or that contract or that commitment that works from the overseeing agency, and it's been several years and we don't have one yet, and we might not get one that'll work. I mean, it's nice to think we could all work together. I'd love to think that the city and the county and area aging and Oak Lawn Foundation could all work together on a senior citizen. That would be a kumbaya moment if you got that skill. You could get those folks together, but we don't have at this point, even though we've got a lot of passionate volunteers, we do not have, this cannot be run by volunteers. This is too big. This can't be a volunteer program. This is going to have some serious professional oversight on it. So my third concern is it's not zoned commercial.
correct?
And if I believe that we should get the zoning in place, which wouldn't hurt anything, no matter what happens to that property, it would be better served as a commercial property, I'm assuming, more valuable as a commercial than as a residential, because that's not really a house. We need to have the zoning, and that would allow input from the surrounding neighborhood. I'm positive that you have spent lots of time in that neighborhood, but I had not, and I drove around and I saw lovely little homes that showed pride of ownership, flowers on the porch, seniors sitting around in their chairs and I saw wheelchair ramps, but I saw maybe 2 houses that needed the grass cut and 1 house that was a wreck. But in that immediate area, and I'm sure that those folks will have something to say, and a zoning change would allow them to do that. So those are my 3 concerns, and I don't mean to chew you out, because I know you've worked really hard and you're very passionate about this, but
Well, I just want to say, I respect you and I respect your comments and your opinion. I honestly do. This is the best thing we could bring you. If it doesn't pass tonight, we're going to go work on the other goals that you've set for us. I'm not going to be bent out of shape. If you tell us that you want us to work on this again in another location or do something else, that's what we're going to do. Staff gets its direction from this board as a consensus of the board, and that's what we march to. I still think this is the best recommendation that we're going to be able to bring you at probably at any time, because we have exhausted ourselves looking at other areas. But it's the board's prerogative. If you choose not to vote for this tonight, I understand. But I do respect your comments.
Director Holliday?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. One thing I agree, I've heard a little bit about wanting and needing a senior center, but to me, these are 2 vastly different conversations. They're different needs and populations. And I don't feel at the moment that we're looking at one versus the other in the long run. It's a matter of priorities that we've had in place. This is a commitment that we made to the community. One year we halted all CDBG projects because it was a priority, and so there are projects that maybe never got funded because of timing or whatever, and we took that funding off the table. I think that you know, the priority was stated in 19 when we first started this conversation. I was here then. It was one of the first things I did, going to that event on the board, and so I'm thrilled that we're actually here. With respect to the zoning, it is zoned residential regardless of the value of the property and its zoning at the moment. This would require a conditional use permit, which does allow people to come in, because it will have to go through the conditional use process, because the use of this building not being a home, everything else in residential zone is conditional, and it will go through all of the public comment, planning commission, and probably land at our feet again with public input and neighbor input. I too do not want to negatively impact a neighborhood at all. That's been kind of one of the most difficult things in this process. Bill knows, he's gotten texts from me probably in the middle of the night, first thing in the morning. Hey, what about this lot? What about this building? What about, I mean, I've kind of been bird dogging locations for as long as we've been having this conversation. And this one I think checks a lot of the boxes. And like I said, I'm very happy that we're at this point. And I think we have to look at the difference between value and cost. I brought this up with other things before. Nobody wants to pay more than appraisal. I have gotten appraisals that did not come out the same as a market analysis did. Real estate is a tricky business. Appraisals are a tricky business. I did a really quick search on LoopNet for the entire state and found very few properties that were at $26 a square foot that weren't really kind of funky warehouses. And it is a glorious building for $26 a square foot. I think we are getting a deal. I'm not an appraiser, can't say whether or not it technically should be any more than that, but I think at $750, especially considering what it would cost to build something that does have what we need, the normal logistical boxes checked, but also, like I mentioned when we were touring, that particular building, probably because it was originally a church, feels welcoming and warm. And these are the individuals in our community that one could argue we serve the least, because they don't have an address, they don't have a water bill, you know. So this is our opportunity to as a municipality, really serve all of the individuals in our community, and to do it in a way that I think really gives them a sense that they are a part of our community by having a really lovely structure that people can come into. And as far as the RFP and having a memorandum of understanding, I run a nonprofit. There's so many variables without a building. That was our challenge. I think our first RFP, we had none. The second one, we had two. We did get copies of them. I don't know if everyone had an opportunity to read them. They were fantastic. I think either of those organizations, hopefully both, and everyone else listed in them, will come together and be a part of this. And I too have faith in that community. My organization is the United Way of the Ouachitas Partner Organization. I've worked with a lot of these organizations ancillarily, not directly. They do really good work, and I absolutely trust that our service community can come together in that central location, and this is our opportunity to be at the table and actually put our money where our mouth is and help everybody in our community. Unfortunately, the appraisal did not pan out, but that doesn't bother me at this point. I think the value is absolutely there.
Director Garcia, I just want to remind everybody that, again, this session of the meeting was to ask Bill for clarification. We'll get into discussion amongst directors after those who have signed up to speak. I appreciate all the comments. Director Garcia.
Bill, it was my understanding that after the 2019 Poverty Summit, we had work sessions, and I know there are board members on the board now that were not on the board at that time. It became a goal in 2020, and we carried it over to 2021, just like we did the water system project, just like we did the sale of the former Majestic site. We didn't say, you know, if it didn't get any votes, that wasn't going to be a priority. Once it became a priority, until we vote, we don't want that as a priority. It was staying on there, and there was work sessions and discussions at that time, and all of that information appears that was not conveyed to in onboarding of all our goals, the details behind everything, and when it started, what our goals were when some board members first joined. And I think that that's something that we can probably look at doing better on onboarding. But is that not, I mean, that was my understanding. Is that what you were saying, or? I mean, I don't think anybody was trying to slip anything in without it being a goal, because it had already been voted on as a goal and it was carrying forward.
In 2021, when this came back, it was establish and secure a homeless facility for nonprofits to operate, make recommendation approval to the board to purchase a project site or building. That was the measurement that the board had. Recommend CDBG reallocation with long-term partner to continue operations. We did that. It did have a rating of 5. I don't know that that was actually a score, but it was 5. And the time frame was December 2021. So December of 2021.
So it was a 21 goal and a 20 goal.
And we've continued to work on that, and through that time, you know, we have had communications that we're struggling here. Once we got the cost of the East Side School property, we had several tour that location, and that was going to be given to us, but it was going to have a lot of cost to either try to rehabilitate or take down. The property in front of that, which is also in a residential area, probably more so than where we're at now. There's a lot of commercial around where we're at now that we didn't have at the other site. But that's when we looked at $3.5 million to build a facility and another $1 million to furnish it. This facility, I foresee that being a shelter. Immediately, it can become a warming shelter and a cooling shelter. We could have congregate feeding. In the future, I do see it as being an overnight shelter. Women in one side, men in the other, and families upstairs. But again, you know, we've worked on this for a long time. Our charge was to bring this to you. I feel like staff has done that. And we're here tonight at that point. And I think anytime you have something like this, you're going to have strong feelings, both sides. You know, you're going to hear from those that are opposed, hear from those that are for. It's not an easy issue to deal with.
And-
But I think for staff, we've done all that we can do.
I agree, and I have a few more comments, but I want to hear from the people that came here to speak.
Director Webb, and then we'll go to those who had signed up.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things I want to clarify in questions for Bill. The first was that there were some qualifications or certain requirements for projects to be considered for these restricted funds in ARPA. Was it indeed declared that a senior citizen facility is one of those?
I think it has to be verified.
It is?
Yeah, I think so.
So in this case, if we were to, you know, approve this particular resolution today as it stands and get back the RFPs at a later date, none of which are acceptable by our standards for some reason, would that then mean that we could move towards adding the senior citizen to our ranking list and it be a possibility to be on that property? Would that be a decision that we would need to make here tonight?
Not a decision you'd have to make tonight, but that certainly is a possibility.
It's a possibility? Okay. And then the next question is I heard there was some talk at the Municipal League Conference that ARPA monies were being threatened to be taken. Are we aware of any municipalities where that's happened here in Arkansas, where any restricted or unrestricted ARPA funds have been pulled? So nowhere has that been
I don't think
confirmed.
the timeframe hasn't been exhausted yet.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the end of '24, but I think they were suggesting that it could happen before then, but in no municipality have we heard of that happening.
Well, as they continue with the federal budget, that is the concern, and that is what we've heard from the federal level, from National League of Cities, Arkansas Municipal League, is you need to get those committed or risk being
Losing.
pulled back.
There was already been one
I
bill
can't tell you.
introduced to, if you haven't committed them, to take them back, and that hasn't gone through the House and Senate.
Well, let's go ahead and listen.
I got a few more questions for the
Make sure
city
they're
director.
questions, please.
Thank
So-
you. Well, mine were. They were. I was just trying to clarify on that ARPA fund, and then
Go ahead, questions.
whether the senior citizen facility is part of what could happen at the Prince of Peace Church. The other question, if we were to see this through tonight, and, you know, the Jackson House, I think, has a request to serve lunches there instead of their current location, and this were to take place, that could mean that on any given day, there's 125 lunches that are being served, 700 people per week. That's a lot of additional traffic in this area, and I know we've got a bus stop or two there off Hobson, and another pretty close to where OCC is. Have we considered any additional security measures in this area? What might that look like?
You know, currently.
And this is, excuse me, this is in reference to provide, I guess, safety measures and protection for the at-risk youth, you know, at OCC, the age range in between 7 and 17 that are being housed in that facility, and what potential conflicts could arise by having an influx of traffic in that area and people walking by. Just, do we have any measures kind of maybe not in place now, or something that we're considering doing to enhance the security there for the protection of those that are at OCC, and then also for maybe protocol or procedures in place for those that are coming to this resource center for services?
In the past, we've had an officer there at Jackson House during the feedings. A lot, I think at one time Jackson House actually paid for the officer to be there for 2 hours. I had a conversation with Chief Roach, and certainly we would have some type of presence there during that time. It's about a 2-hour time frame. One of the things we've discussed is the need to put a gate on the driveway and put a privacy fence all the way around so we can monitor the entry and exits of the facility. We've had conversations with Watchdog Children's. We want them to be part of this. We want them to feel comfortable. When you go back and you look at the article that was in that, when they talked about this facility in March in the Sentinel Record, those comments from the director were positive that we should look at this particular facility as a shelter. Ashley is here tonight. She has shared her concerns with me. I think we've addressed those. We certainly want to make sure that whatever facility we have is safe. So I think that almost goes without saying, but I want to make sure that we're on record that we're going to make sure security's there during that time.
Thank you. Well, let's go to those who have signed up. We appreciate your all's patience, and we talked about close to 45 minutes on the subject so far. Again, you are provided 3 minutes to talk, and there'll be a little chiming sound when your time's up, and we'd ask that you provide a closing comment, appropriately so at that time. We're here to hear your input, so we're always interested in hearing what you have to say. So with that in mind, we'll begin, and as I indicated earlier, I'm going to call 2 names up and to begin with, and then I'll continue to call, and as we call it, the batter's box will be this chair right over here behind Karen, and we'll have it right there. So the first 2 names I will call. The first name will come to the podium. The second name will go to the batter's box chair, and we'll begin with George Pritchett, and then Reverend J.J. Galloway. Reverend Galloway.
George Pritchett, 207 Crestwood. I have the problem with homeless in my neighborhood. Live down the street from the First Baptist Church. You are about to rape a neighborhood here with this program. You're going to have 125, 175 people of which a good portion of them are mentally ill, some are disabled, but worse than that, because those people don't scare me. But the people that do scare me are the addictions. And we have lots of addictions. I have them fighting in front of my home. I had them behind my neighbor. Okay? Police come out. Police said, yep, they're here. Didn't do a thing. And we asked, what could we do? And we decided to burn it. So that's what we did. Or that's what my neighbor did, I understand. Most of all, what's missing from today here is the residents of that neighborhood. You have a beautiful little neighborhood there. A lot of people. You have some single mothers. You have disabled, elderly. You have intact homes. You have kids all over it. Walking over to the after-school program that Amos Gray has over at the Champion Bible College facility there. We've got them going over the baseball fields. We've got them going any number of places. This is atrocious. This belongs out in an industrial area, not anywhere inside of a city, not anywhere close to a school, not anywhere close to a children's facility. What happens when you do have a problem? How much money do you all have to pay out when something happens? I'm sure that at some point, everywhere something happens, okay? As far as this program up in Fort Smith, it just grows. I thought the homeless program was to put something together and see if we could help the ones in real need and reduce the number of homeless. You don't have any beds. If you don't do beds first, these people are not going to come to their appointments. Went to a conference or to a meeting, I should not call it a conference. Lady spoke and she says, I make all kinds of appointments. I'm a psychiatrist. She says, I get about a third of them to show up, maybe less. So what we're doing here today is we're dumping on a very nice little neighborhood because it's convenient. As far as this building, paying $750,000 is ridiculous. This is a church. It's worth $750,000 a church. It's worth the dirt underneath it and the cost to tear it down to most developers. People in that neighborhood are not going to take kindly, and putting up a fence around there would frighten, I mean, even the worst, even the best people living around there when you say, what kind of people are coming in here? I could talk for 15 minutes. I'll tell you, if y'all do this and you've ignored all the senior citizens, of which most of the people behind me are in this city, in favor of spending this from 140 to 436 people, you folks do not deserve to sit in those chairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Pritchett by the board members? Thank you. Reverend J.J. Galloway, and then Mr. Reggie Cohn, would you please come to the so-called batter's box chair, please? Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Burrow, and distinguished board. I'm J.J. Galloway, and I'm the senior pastor at First United Methodist Church of Hot Springs. It has been our honor and privilege for the past several years to open our doors to our friends and neighbors who are at risk and unsheltered, especially during the winter months. We open our Christian Life Center, which is located on Pratt Street. We are blessed to have such a facility, and we are thrilled to be able to serve our community. I came here in 2020. I moved here in 2020. And since that time, during the winter time especially, we have had several storms and excessively low temperatures where we have opened our doors. I have done something that no pastor wants to do, because sometimes these storms and these excessive temperatures come on Wednesdays into the weekend. I have had to cancel worship. In our Christian Life Center, we have a contemporary worship, which is very well attended. So that is where our homeless, our at-risk and unsheltered friends are staying. And so we have had to cancel worship a few times. Last year, during the week before Christmas, we knew the temperatures were coming. Christmas Eve was almost upon us, and we were going to have 3 services in which a lot of people are going to attend. And we were determined that we were not going to be a part of the Christmas story where there was no room at the inn. We opened our doors. On Christmas Eve, we did ask our friends if they would move over during our 2 o'clock contemporary service. They did. We had to close the shelter for just a couple of hours, but they came back. They were invited to stay with us. I have seen some beautiful things happen, because people's lives are being saved when they come in our doors when it is so cold. There are so many people in our community who help out, not just our church, but other people. And I would ask you tonight to prayerfully consider voting on purchasing this property, because I believe that we are here for a purpose in this life. And one of those purposes is to care for the least, the last, and the lost. That is who we are as people who follow Christ, who follow God. That's who we are as good citizens. It's taken a strain on our facilities, but we will continue as long as we can to open up our facility. But we are not set up to be a long-term facility, and I believe that we need a long-term facility in Hot Springs. Thank you so much for everything you do. We are indeed proud to be citizens of Hot Springs.
Any questions of Reverend Galloway?
I have one.
Yes.
Thank
Dr.
you so
Dawson.
much, Reverend Galloway, for all that you've done. I actually live very near your church, and I have been down there to assist in a small way, and it looked like a wonderful thing that you're doing. But I did wonder, I am absolutely, positively in favor of finding a place to shelter during tough times like our excessive heat right now. But I did want to ask you how you observed the volunteer level, like were there enough volunteers? One time when I went, there were tons, there were way too many. I looked at the online sign-up sheet, and there were some times that were totally full out, but then there were some that weren't full. And one of the reasons that I'm so adamant about having a managing partner who has experience in this, and at least one of the people who has made a proposal, says that they can do that, but I don't really think that this shelter will operate on a regular basis, or this resource center, without a managing partner. And I do believe that there may be other places where this could happen. Now that our eyes have been opened to churches, there are at least 2 churches that, in my small circle of friends, that are possibly available, or at least they are in a similar situation to Prince of Peace, where their congregation has dwindled. I mean, we all see the news where we see that church attendance is down. I'm sure yours probably is. I know mine is. Since COVID, we have a wonderful active church body, but it's hard to get folks to go to church nowadays. So there may be other churches, or now that we've done it, that seems to be the perfect floor plan for this facility. So, but thank you so much.
I think the question you asked about the volunteers.
Yes.
And yes, there are some times where the volunteers are a little bit shorter. That may be during the overnight hours, I have seen.
Correct.
And also, when the ice storm hits, it is so difficult for people to get there.
That's
And
why I
of
could
course,
go,
if
I
it had been
walked.
if it had been a permanent facility, then you would have had those things done ahead of time, scheduling. But we have a tremendous amount of volunteers to help out, not just from our church, but from around the community too. And it's a beautiful
Absolutely.
thing to see them when they're in action. And thank you for
Thank you
helping.
for all you do.
Reverend Galloway, have you had any issues with security? Or I understand many of the homeless may have some mental health issues or other needs beyond just shelter from the cold. Have you had any issues?
There have been some, yes, but we are very fortunate to always have someone on campus. The police department has been wonderful to have extra drive-bys, and all of those circumstances were taken care of in the most fair and humane and loving way they possibly could have been.
Thank you. Any questions of Reverend Galloway? Director Webb?
Thank you, Mayor. City Attorney, Mr. Albright, you can probably guide me on this question, but I was just going to ask you, Reverend, if your congregation has any plans to provide services. If this resolution were to pass, can that question be given?
If they're going to provide services at the Hobson Avenue
Right.
location? You can ask her if she
I just
plans
want to
on
make sure. I
volunteering.
just want to make sure it's a legal question, because, and I appreciate everything that your congregation has been providing for those that are in poverty, those that are in need, those that are homeless over many years. And I think, Bill, you've gone down to help too with that process, haven't you? And so, I mean, you do work wonders. And because of that, if we were to pass this resolution, would you have an interest in being an integral part of what could happen at the site on Hobson?
Thank you so much. That's a good question. I would love to be a part of that. And I hope I can speak for my church that we would support it in any way we possibly could.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll hear from Mr. Reggie Cohn and ask Pat King to come to the second seat there. Thank you.
Reggie Cowan with, I'm here representing the Garland County Tea Party, although I live outside the incorporated area. I apologize, I left my speech out in the truck, so I just wrote some notes down here. This will be a shotgun approach, but I'm opposed to the purchase of it at this location. We had a meeting today to discuss this issue, and the members of the Garland County Tea Party, we came up with these ideas, and I appreciate what the directors have said so far, the questions. Director Garcia, appreciate you explaining the money, and I thought you were being very careful not to say free money. No. It's not
I didn't
free.
say that.
It's taxpayer funded. And to the director, city manager, you said, my wife said, if that dress is not there tomorrow, it just wasn't meant to be. Well, Bill, when you said something about, if we don't do it, it could go away, it might not be there again. The first thing I thought was, before the prime went up and houses, the market was hot and things were selling, why didn't it sell then? If it was so attractive, that was just me. Nothing personal, Bill. So, my question, I had a lot of questions, and I appreciate what Director Webb said. What is the rush? What is the rush? Our founding fathers were intelligent people, and they intended for government to work slow. So I asked, what's the intended purpose? What results are you wanting to see? Have you considered the unintended consequences? It was mentioned that the maintenance would be $155,000 to $160,000. Is that correct? What I heard? Did you consider the overhead cost? How much would it cost to re-roof that building? How much is it going to cost to replace the heat and air? $750,000 for 150 or 200 homeless. What do you expect your return on investment will be? I don't think we have enough time for the neighborhood to consider this. I talked to the director at First Step School. It's 4 blocks to the east. Didn't know anything about it. I'm sure the neighbors in what's that subdivision over there? I lost it. The neighborhood doesn't know about this, and it seemed like, this just came all of a sudden. I know it's been worked on for several years, but it's too soon. So I would consider money being spent for a senior citizen center, or be the city on the hill and provide a mental health facility. That way you can see a
Thank
better
you.
return.
Any
Thank
questions
you.
of Mr. Cohen? Thank you. Please come up, Ms. King. And Janie Smith, please. Thank you.
My name's Pat King, 219 Glade District 1. First thing that keeps coming to mind when I listen to this is I used to work with the Navy, and there was something they called 6 Ps, and I'll only name 2 of them, which are poor planning. The staff may have talked about it. There's been no public input in the recent year. The neighborhood, I guess they don't count because they're poor. That's not a nice neighborhood, like up at the upper end of Quapaw. They don't count, evidently, because you've not asked for their input. I grew up around DC, and I got Asperger's, and I've got an amazing BS detector. I hear people talk about free money, or it's COVID money. That's taxpayers' money. It may be free to Hot Springs, but the whole United States right now is so deep in debt we don't have a look at getting out of it. And we don't need to add to that because it's free money. As far as it's a shelter, it's not a shelter. If we had $1 for every time the word shelter is mentioned here tonight, we could finance it. It's crazy. We need planning. It needs to go before the zoning board to find out if they're even willing to rezone it. Don't call me bad. I spend at least an hour a day knitting and crocheting scarves and hats for the homeless. I've donated them to the warming center. I've donated them to Jackson House and the Salvation Army. I do care. But according to Ben Franklin, we should not make the poor too comfortable in their poverty. And we're going crazy doing everything we can to make them comfortable. The discomfort is what gives them the incentive to work to get out of it. And you can't have an alternative use for this for a quarantine. because one of the synonyms of quarantine is isolation. I brought this up a couple of years ago when you had the thing. And you can't have a common dining room. You can't have common bathrooms. You have to have separate rooms with room service in the rooms. Each room has to have a bathroom. My degree's in microbiology, summa cum laude from the University of Maryland. I've had 2 graduate courses in microbiology, another one in immunology. This will not work as a dual-use facility because I worked at the homeless shelter in D.C. I know what I'm talking about. And this is not a good use. You don't want the neighborhood polluted. Those people are poor. They can't afford to have their TVs stolen. They can't afford to have lawn furniture. They can't. I live in a better neighborhood. I've been robbed quite a few times. Fortunately, I can afford it. A lot of these people can't.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. King? Thank you. Ms. Janie Smith, and then I'd ask Linda, I'm sorry I can't read the whole last name, Linda Funderbach? Linda Funderbach?
Could she be in the lobby, Mayor? Are we sounding?
Am I anywhere close to a name that's in the room? Maybe not. Well, we'll go ahead and we'll also call Robert Bennett to come up. And is that Linda coming? No? Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. We have Janie Smith. And Janie, please restate your name, address, and district, please.
Yes, I'm Janie Smith with the Jackson House here in Hot Springs. Thank you, Board.
Janie,
And-
pull that mic up so people at home can hear.
Sorry, I am kind of quiet spoken.
You're fine.
I'm Janie Smith. I'm the director of the Jackson House for the last 23 years. And I have worked with mental health systems. I have worked with homeless, mentally ill. We co-wrote the grant that provides housing now for the mentally ill, seriously mentally ill, here in Hot Springs and in Malvern. I've had a lot of experience in this arena. We began discussions with the governor-directed Garland County Project Hope back in 2003. The mental health facilities and the ones that took care of the low IQ individuals opened their doors back in the 90s and created a burgeoning and beginning homeless situation that has grown over the years. That's why there's a fair number of people who have mental illnesses who are homeless. It's because all of those facilities closed, never to reopen. Okay? Jackson House in itself has been there for nearly 50 years. We've been serving all populations, whether they're working poor, elderly, disabled, mentally ill, veterans, homeless, working families, everyone. Through pandemics, hurricanes, economic struggles, we work with FEMA, state, federal agencies. We work with churches, local nonprofits, community service programs, school systems. We work with all 7 school systems. We have a great deal of networking. We have currently over 500 active volunteers. We are proof that we can take a facility, we can serve well over 25,000 people a year, we can serve them well, we can make progress with them, and we can do that with a mostly volunteer backup facility, okay? So I'm here to tell you that since I've been there, I've made it my goal to partner with anyone and everyone. I know that many places have heard me say, here's the key. If we're not open and you want to come and do something, or if we are open and you want to come hold an event at our facility, you're welcome to, and they do. And we don't withhold it from anyone, any group, any time. So we are capable and willing and have knowledge and have worked with this group of people all of these years, and we are capable. And we've been working on this for a very long time, my entire career almost. So if you have any questions you'd like to ask of me, I just want to make it clear that we stand firmly behind this effort. We have been doing this and looking at all these facilities for years, trying to come up with a way to make it better. And yes, COVID threw everything for a loop and made it worse. I know that when we have children, we don't want our children to be headed into poverty. But there are growing numbers of people in poverty. And what is the largest growing group?
Please conclude. Please
Okay,
provide a
the
concluding
largest growing
statement.
group are senior citizens, just for your information.
Thank you. Director Garcia has a question for you.
Thank you for all that you do and sharing with us this evening. My question is, in the feeding program, as I've been there, it's been my observation that the number that are fed are a lot of working people that it's hard to make ends meet.
That's correct.
That this large number of the people getting lunches are not homeless. It includes homeless, but a large number are also people that are not very well off.
Yes, that's true. In our lunch line, you will see people from all walks of life, period. And we don't generally have any problems with anybody. We do work with the police department. We work with off-duty police officers, and we've had that relationship. I don't know, before that, we had security guards. So, I mean, we've had some sort of policing activity for many, many, many years.
Thank you very much.
I have a question for her.
Oh, Director Dobbs-Smith?
When you, I know I'm assuming that you've been in the facility. How many will that seat in the main area by the kitchen, by the catering kitchen?
It all depends upon the size of the tables and the way you arrange them.
Just estimate.
I would estimate that we could seat between 50 and 100.
And how many do you serve a day?
We serve up to 200 meals a day, but
So-
not everyone wants to stay. A lot of them come and go.
So what would you do? I mean, you got to turn your tables, I guess, in
Right.
restaurant terms. What would you do with the people that are waiting while they have to wait their turn to get their food?
I don't force,
mean,
just
you have
like
50
just like a restaurant. I mean, generally speaking, people are going to move through fairly quickly.
I'm not envisioning that, but okay, let's say that they do move quickly. I have seen, I've not volunteered at your shelter, I have contributed to it, but I do have hundreds, literally, of your 500 people. I bet you I know at least 100 of them
Very
that volunteer,
possibly.
that volunteer for you. And they work really hard, and they say there are, usually the people are so grateful. And yes, you're right, they did say they saw a lot of seniors, and one of the reasons is because the senior center closed and they did feed seniors. So that was one of the problems. But the other thing that I wanted to
It
ask
did
you.
not, the closing of the center did not change our numbers, no.
Did not change your numbers?
No.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to ask you is, if this is a city resource center, and that's what it's going to be named, I don't know if we'll have verbiage or signage outside, but it will be a city facility. Do you foresee that impacting your donations and your volunteers? Because kind of like with public schools, the more public we got with our schools, the less volunteers we had in our schools, and the better, the more volunteers in a school, the better a school is. Do you think that you will lose any resources because people will assume the city is funding this?
That's just a point of education, educating the people as to what we're doing.
And then third question
I
is,
faced that when I first came to Jackson House, that people didn't understand.
the third question is, you were one of the proposals that
Yes.
came in. Do you know why it wasn't accepted?
I didn't include enough, I didn't put enough things in there that we would need covered
Do you think you could come up with that?
easily.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to blow big numbers.
So you could have a proposal that would work in this facility easily?
Easily.
Thank you.
Director Webb?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. King, thank you for being here. And
This Miss
Miss
Jamie
Smith,
Smith.
sorry.
It's okay. Not
hey,
bother me.
Miss Smith, you got my apologies.
It's okay.
Do you have some type of monitoring system in place for those who get lunches? Like, for example, like a card or something they scan to come in? How do you keep track of, who's got a lunch today so they don't just hop and get, eat a bite and then come back to the back of the line?
Right. Well, generally, we do know who we are serving. But we've looked at the card systems, and the only reason that we did not invest in that was because we spend a lot of time and a lot of money replacing just regular ID cards. And so we haven't done that. But I've researched it, and I've heard some discussion about that there would need to be some sort of way of doing that. One of the big issues with people that are homeless is they're constantly losing their things or being preyed upon by their own people. So we may have to have some sort of system with their photos on there where they can, we can identify them as such, but keep the card. Yeah, that's the only way I know how to not constantly have to replace them.
You kind of went where I was going with the very next question, so I appreciate you doing that, because that ID card, I think, would apply itself to a proper case document, because it's my understanding that if the intangible items all fit together at this resource center, that there's tracking over,
Yes.
Each individual, not just to keep track with how many lunches per day they eat, but also any type of service that's
All
being provided.
services. I agree.
And then would you envision in this case the identification card to also identify any sex offenders per se? At which level would they be prohibited from coming upon this type of resource center? Is it level 3 and above, or are you aware of that?
We are aware of that, and we, probably the biggest issues that we had with that were after the hurricanes. We had to actively monitor that to make sure that our families that were coming in were not being exposed to individuals that had come to us through that calamity. So we do monitor that, and I do have a way of flagging the names of the people that we serve that have that in their background, and then we do separate that, yes.
Would that be
We
a
have to.
process, right, would that be a process you could envision happening with these cards?
It's very easy. We already are using, we've just taken about 15,000 paper charts and put them on the computer system. So it'll be very easy now to marry that with the card system.
It sounds like you've done your homework, so I appreciate you doing that. Just a couple more quick questions. Have you identified any grants that you could acquire to maintain the operational cost of this facility long-term for long-term sustainability?
The key-
And if you have, can you share with us what those are?
The key word is homelessness. When you look into funding for homelessness, there is a specific stream that you can obtain from the government that will go to that. You just have to search it. If you want to do a word search online, search homelessness, and you'll find plenty.
You were sharing with Director Dobb Smith just a minute ago that you do have intentions of, putting out a bid, and you kind of know what the changes are that you need to make to improve your
Yes.
bid from the last time you did that. Do you foresee this process including other stakeholders besides the Jackson House in with this bid, or you just didn't see it just being just the Jackson House? Have you had those kind of talks?
We already partner with probably 300 or more entities, whether it's restaurants, churches, schools, federal, state agencies, other nonprofits. So we already have those partnerships in place. And there's clearly no point in us trying to do mental health when we have a professional facility for that. So we will partner with everyone who is interested in partnering with us, including some of the grassroots efforts, so that we're able to provide the best facility and the best services for the clientele.
Are you able to share with us who some of those other service providers are? Or do you feel like doing that?
You're testing my memory.
That's okay.
We work with the AARP, with the program that they have that puts people back to work that are older. We work with the workforce to put people in the T program to work and give them job training. We work with SNAP, which is part of the Department of Human Services, with food distribution. We work with FEMA during disasters so that FEMA can reach out to the appropriate people that need their assistance. We work with Habitat for Humanity, Elks, the churches, as you saw, First Methodist.
What about for, say, drug and alcohol rehab? Do you have any working partnership with someone who could provide those kind of services?
We refer to all the local entities that do that, as well as statewide. I used to do the commitments to the state mental health system, and so I do know all those different contacts, and we do refer to all it depends upon what the issue is.
And then,
Just like I'll, refer, if I have a couple come in with a disabled child, I'll refer them to First Step.
okay. And then what about mental health or counseling? Do you
We
have?
use our local facility. Now, if people
Would that be
have a
what Washita? Excuse me. Would
That'd be
that-
Washita, yeah.
Okay.
That's who I used to do all the mental health work for.
Going back to the grants that you've identified, about how many months out do you predict those grants
That's a good
being
question.
applied for and then receiving grants back for, or, being accepted or not? Do you?
The minute that this is official, we can start officially applying for the grants. It probably will take, depending upon the grant, because they all have different
Values?
values and different things that you have to focus on, but it could take as long as 2 years to be funded, or it could be funded within 6 months. It just depends upon what you're looking at.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you.
I did initially call on Linda Funderbuck. Was she here?
Yes.
Yeah. Is this Mr. Robert Bennett?
I'm Robert Bennett.
Yeah, Linda, sit right there, and you'll be the next up. Thank you.
102 Twin Pines. I've lived in Hot Springs since '89.
Mr. Bennett, will you adjust the mic?
Oh, okay.
There you go. I know it
Better?
flops around a little bit.
Okay. We've not heard from anybody that lives in that neighborhood. That would be number one concern. I'm concerned with the age demographic of the children that live in that area. And you're going to allow how many people to come through that neighborhood every day, every weekend? Excuse me, but if a child gets mishandled by an adult under some kind of influence of whatever, all hell's going to break loose in the city if a child gets raped out there in a residential neighborhood because somebody brought these people in. Now, I understand you want to get them off of the gateway. Yeah, I understand that. But hiding people in a residential neighborhood, that's not good, people. I mean, you got the Washita Children's Center across there, you said the average age is between 7 and 17. You've got some crazy people walking around on the streets right now. What's going to happen when they decide that little girl looks real cute to them? Where's the limit here? You've mentioned other facilities, and they're in commercial areas. Here you're going right in the middle of a residential area. You know, if you were putting this over in Eastgate 2, do you think that would fly? No, you would have plenty of people from that community pulling together. But you're working on people who aren't paying attention. They don't care. I don't know. But we've not heard anything from those people. And I just hate to see the city get in a situation, you know, where the police are going to have to be called. Is it going to end up in the paper? Probably not. You know, there's so many things buried out there now that our city does that nobody knows. And here's another one. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Linda, let me call up
Hi, I'm Linda Funderburk, and I'm not a speaker.
Patricia. Janice, will you come forward and sit in this chair, this next chair? Thank you. Go ahead, Linda.
Just became aware of this proposal yesterday evening, and I know many of you have been dealing with this for quite a few years, and I've learned a lot just listening to everyone that's spoken before me. I am one of the people from that neighborhood. I actually own 5 homes within about a block of the church. One of them, when I bought it, was a burned out Hulk. One of them had absolutely no floor, and it was a terrible neighborhood. It was, you know, there were this and that. And I bought all these in one area and put a lot of money, blood, sweat, and tears, like they say, and have made it very nice. And I have noticed over the past 5 years how much the neighborhood has changed, and it's really looking good. But it's kind of a marginal neighborhood. It's a very fragile neighborhood. And from my understanding, a lot of times when you put a facility like this in a neighborhood, it hurts it quite a bit. And these are people who don't need the homeless shelter, but they're not that far above it. And we don't want to hurt people to help people. And so that's kind of my thing about the neighborhood. I think we need facilities. I do a lot of donations, you know, to try to help various groups that I can. I just don't know that this is exactly the right place to put that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Linda? Thank you. Now, again, we'll hear from, I have you here. It's Patricia. Janice. Patricia,
Yes.
Please state your name, address, and district, please. And let me call up Joyce Whitfield to be in the batter's chair. Thank you.
All right, I'm Patricia Janis. I live at 309 Oak Cliff, which is literally around the corner from this facility that you're talking about. I don't know what district I'm from, I'm sorry. I am a registered voter, however. I have lived at this house since 1986. And as the previous person mentioned, that neighborhood has had its ups and its downs. And truly, when she bought into this neighborhood, it has started to climb upwards. We have finally started to see a reduction in our streetwalkers and our drug use in that immediate area. Okay, I'm talking within like 2 blocks. Okay, because it was very high. They finally got that knocked down. We've got a lady that's put a lot of money into homes, built up that area. Not only her, but we have a preacher that lives across the street from me with his invalid wife. They are very big in the community. Unfortunately, he's not able to be here. My concern is not necessarily for my property value because I don't see it going up. I don't really see it going down. My concern is you're trying to put this in the middle of three, not one, three facilities that catered to children and underdeveloped adults. You've got the Washita Children's Hospital or home right there, literally across the street from where you're proposing. I mean, you've got kids that have issues, behavioral issues, but you also have children that have come from very bad homes that are trying to find a way out. That is not the example you want to show those children across the street, okay? Elderly families, you know, an elderly place where they can buddy up together, have your elderly, you know, mentor your kids, that would be a good acceptable place, but not for homeless. You've also got the ball fields not 2 blocks away, and then you have First Step not 2 more blocks from that. A homeless shelter right there for people that are mentally ill, that are drug users and alcoholics. Granted, that's not all of our homeless, but that is a good proportion of our homeless. That is not what our children need to be seeing. I thank you for your time. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. Again, now we'll hear from Joyce Whitfield, and I'd call Bob Driggers to come and be the next up after Miss Whitfield. Joyce?
Good evening, and thank you for allowing us all to be here tonight, and thank you for all that you guys do. I'm Joyce Whitfield. I live at 122 Sunflower Street, District 5. I am here, I am the Executive Director of the Hot Springs Area Community Foundation. We work with nonprofits. Pretty much that's what I do. We make grants. We look for projects and programs that are worthy projects, and as many of you know, we host several grant cycles during the year. We have donors who have funds with us who set up those endowment funds, and the purpose of those funds is to make grants back to the nonprofits. So I'm working on both sides of the spectrum. Our mission statement of the Community Foundation, which has been around in Hot Springs for 33 years now, is to engage people, connect resources, and inspire solutions to build communities. To me, it looks like this project is exactly that. Engaging people, all kinds of people, from the nonprofits who'll do the work, the donors who are going to provide grants, those in poverty, the working poor, and the unsheltered. So this is a resource center where all these components of the community would be coming together to help others. It isn't just about the homeless. There are numerous people in this community who are in poverty that have a place to live. Now, it may be a dilapidated property, but they have a place to live. But they don't have enough income and resources to make ends meet to the end of the month. So we have programs like Food for Thought, which is the fourth Saturday of every month. We have the warming shelters and the cooling shelters, which I've worked at all of those and I've been there. And all these are great networking sources for all our nonprofits. I assure you that our nonprofits in the community are already all working together. The big players, the movers and the shakers, they're the boots on the ground who are working with these people. They're going to continue to do that. Just 2 weeks ago, I was at the Food for Thought event on Saturday in June. I was there meeting and working with different people, and I was asked, we've got a young lady over here who needs a place to stay. She's in danger. We feel like she's going to get hurt. Do you know anywhere where there's a women's shelter? No, we don't have a women's shelter, but what we did, I made a couple of phone calls, Boyce Mitchell, Sally Carter, Kathy Randall, we were able to provide a motel for that girl for 2 nights. Here's what can happen at our resource center. There would be the resources there to help these kind of folks. I urge you to vote for this proposal. This community has got to have a resource center and a homeless shelter for our folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
I have a question for her.
Oh, Ms.
Uh,
Whitfield,
Joyce,
thank you.
It sounds like that what you're doing is kind of what this resource shelter is going to do. Would there be a way that perhaps the Community Foundation could be the managing entity for this?
No.
Well, we've got to find one. That's what I keep saying, is who's going to do it?
Right.
We need it.
We've
got to have someone manage it.
We would not have the capability or the staff or whatever, but we work with all of these nonprofits, and we will be in there supporting the resource center. We work with them, individually, but we, as a unit, we would all be functioning there at the center. And grant opportunities, now we are not the Walton Foundation. We do not make and we're not a federal grant, but we have various grant cycles and various donors throughout the year who are going to be available to make grants of different sizes and for different proposals and different projects. So we will be helping in the area of grant making.
So you feel like you could make a contribution to offset the expenses, the ongoing expenses that would be incurred?
No, I'm not saying it would be specifically for operating funds, because, all of our grant cycles, they are specific for different uses and purposes and things, so I couldn't stand here and say that operating funds would be one of those. Possibly some, but there's just a lot of things that we could contribute to, as far as needs at the warming centers and resource center and homeless office.
Thank you.
Okay.
Director Webb? No? You're okay?
Yeah, I did have a question, but I just heard you answer the question I was going to give you to Director Smith, so thank you.
Thank
Good.
you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Mr. Bob Driggers, and I'd ask Ann Quinn to come forward so she can be up next. Mr. Driggers?
Yes, Bob Driggers, thank you for the opportunity to speak. And wow, this board has changed quite a bit. I used to come here quite often when the mayor was here and Director Garcia was here. Said a lot of bad things about you guys back when you were working on the water issue. But the main thing I think would like to point out tonight is the fact that that was an emergency. The water issue has been an emergency for what now, 15 years? But still yet, it's good to see new faces. I assume they doubled your salary to get you all to come on here. But at any rate, my primary concern is the haste. Is there anything wrong with waiting until you have the response to an RFP before you get out and answer the questions? And I would recommend some sort of a town hall gathering where everyone could ask questions, and you've got some experts, some I know are limited to 3 minutes, that probably could address the pros and cons. I've heard some of the pros and cons. And am I for the project or against the project? Yes. There are a lot of things that this thing offers. And I will tell you, a week ago, I was opposed to the project until I started looking into it. What I'm really saying is, let's not rush. Let's get the answers. Let's see what the RFP says. Let's see if there's a possibility of changing the zoning. The one thing I like to hear is the fact that there are going to be ID cards. I've heard a fence thrown around. There are probably a lot of solutions to some of the complaints tonight, but there are good points on both sides. All I'm saying is don't rush. I don't know why this thing was moved up so high on your priority list. That's a question I would have if we have a town hall meeting, but I encourage you to do that. And until such a thing happens, I would recommend strongly table this motion, or make a motion to table. Give everyone a chance to learn the facts. I've heard a lot of things that are not facts. Let's get the facts.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Drigger? Thank you. We have Ann Quinn to speak, and then I would ask John McCullum to come forward and be in the ready chair. Thank you. Ms. Quinn?
Hi. I have spent, I'm in my 40s, I've spent 40 years in the nonprofit sector, with the exception of a few times where I found myself in a homeless situation. So this is very important to me. I'm currently working in the nonprofit sector, again, at Habitat for Humanity as the Director of Operations. I work very closely with many, many other nonprofits that are represented in this room and those who couldn't be here tonight. I also have worked in the point in time count. I have gone out on that January day, and I can tell you, I don't want to be out there. It's cold, it's miserable. Some days it's raining, sometimes it's sleeting, it's icing. So if I don't want to be out there, and I know this is the one shot we have to know how many people are out there, everyone who's living out there is hidden. I came across many, many camps that were empty. So those people didn't get counted. If they spent the night somewhere the night before, they didn't get counted. So the numbers are off on that. In my job, I answer calls daily needing assistance of some kind. And what I do is I get on Google and I have to look it up for them because there's not one central place I can go to and say, here's everything you need for your particular need, because your need is not going to be met by my organization because it doesn't serve our mission. So to have some place that is dedicated to provide resources for people who don't want to spend their day calling around to 15 different agencies because no one's very sure would be invaluable, absolutely invaluable to this community and to our homeless people that live here. Going back to the summit, I was also at that summit. It was put together by a collection of the city and many nonprofit organizations. There wasn't a lot of time that went into that planning because nonprofits, we are very good at working very quickly to develop plans with very, very, very limited resources. There is no way I can see this happening where we did not come together and come up with an actual plan that would be utilizing that space. It's hard to come up with a plan when you don't know what rooms you have. It is very, very hard. This nonprofit community has the capability of doing that. I live across the street from Grand Avenue United Methodist Church. They serve meals every Sunday. My neighborhood is a very well-to-do neighborhood, and we don't have problems. That place is packed every Sunday. And OCC is for homeless children. Some of them are experiencing drug addiction. Some of them are experiencing abuse or have committed abuse. So it is not being perceived in the right light. So, thank you.
Any questions of Ms. Quinn? Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from John McCullum. And I'd ask Joe Woosley to come forward if Joe's still here. I know I saw him here, but... Okay, thank you. Then Priscilla Davis. Priscilla Davis, come to the chair.
Thank you.
And John McCullum, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this, and thank you for your diligence and your work, all the years you've invested in this project. My name is John McCallum. I live at 130 Bluebell Court here in Hot Springs. As a pastor in our city for almost 30 years, I'm grateful that you recognize the importance of dealing with this issue. I understand the concerns, especially the folks in the neighborhood, and what I've learned tonight is there is no perfect place to put something like this. But it seems right, doesn't it, that need and money and not-for-profit personnel and financial resources have come together to address a growing problem in our city. Homelessness is not going to get better on its own. And with Hot Springs history being a city where people could come and find healing, maybe this project is a way to offer a different kind of healing, a way for us to do more than complain about it, and a way to do more than apply a Band-Aid to a gaping wound. And like most ministers in the city, I've talked with a lot of homeless people across the years. Mr. Pritchard said that he lives by the church. We have them coming by the church all the time. And they're homeless for any number of reasons, and each one has a story. But one of the things we've discovered through the warming centers is that when we can get many of them in one place, they get a chance to tell their stories to caring people who can connect them to the resources that lead to treatment or shelter or job opportunities that move them out of homelessness and into a more secure and productive way of life. And the Community Resource Center will be a place where we can pool resources and make that happen at times other than when it's like 25 degrees outside. The center will not cure homelessness. Some people choose to be homeless because they prefer it, but it will offer hope, and it'll offer help and a way out of a desperate situation for those who want it. And I think it'll make the community cleaner and better and safer. It may not make all the difference, but it can make a huge difference in many lives. And when we have the opportunity to do something about it, there's no good excuse for doing nothing. Someone once said, wise person, better to light a candle than curse the darkness. And I think the Community Resource Center would light a candle of help and hope and potentially home. Quick story, a man walks a beach early most mornings on a mission. He's tossing starfish back into the ocean. Starfish brought in by the receding tide, but wanting to get them safe before the sun bakes them. Another man walking by notices, pays a lot of attention. He calls out to him above the waves, "You there, why do you waste your time throwing those starfish back into the sea? Look at the number of them, you'll never save them all." "I know," said the starfish thrower, but as he hurls each starfish, he says, "But I can save this one. I can save this one. I can save this one." And the homeless situation in our city is serious, and these are real people in real need because of one reason or another. The center can't solve the entire problem, but it could help this woman, and it could help that man, it could help this child, and it could help that family. So the time seems right, the money seems available, people are in place and poised to help. I urge you to consider passing this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
One quick question. And I don't think anyone on this board is against the Resource Center altogether. It's a lot of it is the suddenness of it. But would you, since this will be a municipal building using government funds, I believe that would preclude having any faith-based ministries there. Would that trouble you at all?
No, not. It's doing Jesus' work to help people in need. Regardless of whether we have a chance to evangelize them or care for them. Sure, I would love for faith to be shared, and it may through individual volunteers who just have an opportunity or ask why they're doing that kind of work. But that would not be a huge issue, and I'm sure most churches, many churches will support, so it won't be just government money that will go to help support the
So we can count on First Baptist to help contribute?
Well, now I'm retiring in 6 months. But
but we're trying to do this tonight. That's a rush.
Maybe he needs a job.
But our church has spent thousands and thousands of dollars across the years helping all kinds of people who are in poverty and in need, homeless and others. And so I think I could say, yeah, First Baptist will do our share.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This time we'll hear from Priscilla Davis, and I'd ask Tricia Nooner to come forward and be ready. Thank you.
My name is Priscilla Davis. I've lived in Hot Springs since '97. I'm an Arkansas native from Hope, Arkansas. And Hot Springs has changed a lot since 1997. I read the article in the paper that you all put in on June 29th. There was pros and cons in there about this. It's very troubling, though, that there are a lot of unanswered questions about the money on down the road, who's going to be in charge, who's going to bring this together. I think we need we need a homeless shelter, of course we do. I don't think anybody in here is against a homeless shelter. But I don't think it would hurt to just take a little time and get together and try to answer some of these questions that have come up tonight. And if I lived in that neighborhood, I would be against it too, and you probably would too. So you got to think about these people. These are not wealthy people. These are just ordinary people living in their neighborhood. I've been in that church. It's a nice church, but it was built for a church. It may not be suitable in the long run. It would cost a lot of money to roof that church. I tried to call each city director, but there wasn't very much notice for people that read the paper like me. But so those that I couldn't contact, I sent an email with my addendum to the letter that I had put in the paper some time ago about my concern as an 81-year-old is the senior center. If this happened to come through, maybe that seniors could, and you think, oh, well, that's not that important. But these seniors are often lonely, need nutritional meals, exercise, and informational programs, and that's what they got at the senior center we had before it was shut down. It was conveniently located for those that could drive, for those that couldn't drive. And we were told, well, we have to shut this down because it's in disrepair. Well, it's repaired now, and the county offices are in there. That doesn't sound right to me. The seniors don't have a place. And if you will look around and go to other towns, just about every other town does have a senior center. And it's important for the seniors. I'm a senior. I'm 81 years old this month. I just want to say that I think you should take your time with this because of all the questions that have come up. That's all.
Any questions of Ms. Davis?
I have one.
Yes.
So, Ms. Patricia, you said you were a member or you frequented the previous senior
Yes,
center.
it was very good on Woodbine.
Could you foresee any way that we could have both in one place? In other words, did you eat there? I understand there
I
was
didn't eat there, but I went to the informational programs. I went to other programs they had, different exercise programs, which is very important for seniors.
Could you foresee any way, have you visited, you said you'd visited this church property.
I
That's
had
why
visited the
you're of
church
so much interest to
some.
me, is you've been to both. Could you see a way that there could be a resource center in a portion of this church, and then when the weather is terrible, we could use this as a warming, cooling shelter? One of the things that is great about this is it does have two completely separate buildings built apart from each other.
I know.
Could you see that happening?
I know it's something that we all want. I think another building that was not a church would probably be more conducive to that. The city's been buying buildings in the last few years. I know real estate's tight right now, but I think just the main thing is I don't think that all the questions are answered that needs to be answered before going into something with this much big a price tag on it in the future.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Tricia Newman, and I'd like Ashley Thompson to come forward and be at the ready. Thank you, Ms. Nooner. You can go ahead.
My name is Trish Nooner, and I'm the director of Full Circle Mission Street Outreach Team from Lakeview Assembly of God. We also run a warming shelter in the wintertime, and me and Sally Carter, with lots of volunteers, actually head up the warming shelter at First United Methodist. I wanted to just touch on a few things. First off, y'all done a great job on questions and answers, and I appreciate all that you do. One of the things is, I see that you're pushing dogs a whole lot here, and they all have names. These aren't just people. These are parents. These are somebody's daughters, these are somebody's sons, and they all have a name. I'm going to talk about just 3 real quick. Nelson, he froze to death on a park bench downtown, right off of Central Avenue. Dave, he froze to death also, as well. Chuck, he suffocated in a car. He slept in a car. He fell asleep that night. The next morning, he didn't wake up. It got too hot, and he suffocated to death in a car. That's 3 names that we can't help anymore. The biggest problem right now is I'm trying to help a married couple right now. They're on the streets. They're both working, but they're alcoholics. They want treatment. She needs to go to detox. He can go straight into a place. We just got to find a bed. A lot of times there is no bed. They don't have a phone. They only have Wi-Fi. So they have to be at a Wi-Fi location when I track down the bed and somebody that will take them in detox. We don't have a detox here. So they have to we either have to take them all the way to Mena, Arkansas, or we have to find, there are a couple other places outside of Little Rock. They're generally full. We don't have a place that we can say, hey, if you can just hang here for an hour, 2 hours, whatever. Sometimes it takes 2 days. There's no beds. If you can come back the next day to this certain particular place, then we can get them in that place. But what happens is when we're trying to track them down and them not having a phone that we can contact them or a resource place, a one-stop shop is what we need. The bed's gone. We didn't find them for 2 days later. So we're running around town looking for them, calling all the other nonprofits, trying to track the peoples down, and their beds taken because it takes us that many days to track them down. Another thing is we do run a warming shelter out here on Sundays, but there's no bus that runs on Sundays, so you can't even bus them anywhere. You can't even pay for them to get a bus ticket to get somewhere else. Let me see. We feed around 100 homeless people every other Saturday. We deal with way more. There's a lot of camps that don't come in. They're already in our neighborhoods. They're just staying in the woods. They're already there. They're in our tourist attraction right downtown. They're everywhere in our city. They're just hit a little bit better, and they don't have a place where we can help them when they are ready. Lots of people are ready. We have lots of success stories.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Nooner? Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we'll hear from Ashley Thompson, and I'd ask Mr. Robert Bledsoe to come forward, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ashley Thompson. I'm the Executive Director of Ouachita Children, Youth, and Family Services. Most in the community recognize us as Ouachita Children's Center. We expanded a few years ago to include more programs. So the Ouachita Children's Center that everybody refers to is our children's shelter located at 339 Charter Oak, which is directly across the street from 109 Hobson, the Prince of Peace Church. So we have actually 2 children's centers on this campus. We have a short-term emergency shelter, and we also have a long-term residential treatment program, all for youth under the age of 18. In 2016, we expanded to include our street outreach team. Our street outreach team goes out into the community and finds youth who are experiencing or at risk of experiencing homelessness and provides resources. And then in 2019, we expanded that program to include all who are unsheltered. So we provide in our drop-in shelter case management, advocacy, transportation, snacks, showers, laundry, and survival kits, and more. Some of our team, you guys had to close the door because it's standing room only, but some of our team was here and hoping to show their faces a little bit. We speak in all the same terms that you guys have spoken in all evening long. We're familiar with the ARPA funds because we also have ARPA funds for our domestic violence program. We provide resources such as transitional housing, rapid rehousing, emergency shelter for not just domestic violence victims, but day shelter for youth experiencing homelessness, and then our 2 children's shelters. So when we talk about the HMIS system or the Homeless Management Information System, we're talking about a database that's already utilized by us to catalog the homeless persons, not just youth, that we come in contact with. And so we have data that we collect on who we are serving that are youth versus who we are serving that are adults versus who is coming in as a family unit. I kind of want to spend my time maybe up here for you guys to ask us questions. I feel like you might have a few. We are mostly concerned about the safety and security of the kids. We are here to advocate for all of our programs, so obviously a resource center is a big part of that. but the youth are directly in proximity to the resource center that you're proposing. And so obviously DHS, DCFS, and Judge Dyer are all going to have strong opinions on how we shelter the youth with new populations being in such close proximity. So with that, I will open it up and hope you have some questions for me.
Any questions for Ms. Thompson? Director Garcia?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the programs that you direct and the expansion. Are you aware that when OCC first went in there was opposition because the opposition said, oh, those are bad kids. That'll cause trouble over here. They're going to break out. They're going to steal. They're going to do this and that. But since that time, the programs have expanded, and I'm not aware of any problems, criminal problems that have arisen from your programs. So it's even though there was opposition for it to even be there, now look what all you've been able to add and do. The same type, from my understanding, that is in what the city manager and any feeding program there, that you know, the majority of these are not homeless that go through there. They're people that are poor. And you know what the cost of groceries and everything is, because you know what you have to put in for your budgets for programs. So it's my understanding that it is secure, and it was my understanding that you are supportive of this program, you know, as long as you're confident that security is not going to be an issue.
Yes, so to
Is that
clarify,
true?
yes. So the beginning of your statement was the opposition for OCC, and yes, the community has always had strong opinions about the kids that come into our care. Our building has been erected since 1928, so we're talking over a century, and then at this location since almost a century of us providing this shelter. And so those opinions go up and down depending on the decade, sure. We have only ever housed children at that location, so that's the main priority when we talk about security and things like that. Yes, we are one of the organizations that put in an RFP. We would be confident helping manage this. We have significant experience organizing shelters, anything from operations to staff to training. Part of the security that we are most concerned with is de-escalation techniques. So we have something that we train on, which is called Handle with Care. Ouachita Behavioral Health and Wellness also provides this. You get de-escalation, verbal de-escalation techniques, as well as physical holds. So you are working to avoid conflict and come up to a resolution before anything physical can happen, and you're trying to avoid conflict at all times. So we take our evidence-based and trauma-informed trainings very seriously. Everyone in our organization, staff, volunteer, including board members, all have to go through trainings and vetted background checks for maltreatment and adult and child and criminal background.
Yes. I
So
agree.
all those things. And then if you want to talk about physical security, we're talking cameras, physical bodies on campus, and things like that. We do not rely heavily on volunteers. We rely heavily on staff so that we can perform deliverables for our grants effectively.
Thank you.
Any, Director Webb?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Miss Ashley, I did receive your email, and I saw you kind of glance over at me as I asked a couple of the questions that came off of that. So I do want to share with you my thanks for providing important questions. One, I think you were kind of touching on with Director Garcia, but it does have to do with security. If we were to move forward with this resource shelter, what kind of adjustments does it look like that you're going to need to make as it pertains to the shelter being across the street? Can you do it? Would it be at an additional cost, and so forth?
You can see me, yes, I kind of look like a chicken nodding my head. Yes, it will more than for sure be at additional cost. We're talking about adding staff, adding trainings. when you add staff, you're talking about salaries and benefits and all of those sorts of things. We would love to have a stronger hold on volunteers that could do that, but if you're talking about a 365 shelter, it's probably a little unrealistic from our standards that we would be able to do it based solely on volunteers. But even if you did that, you would still want the appropriate training, and that would cost money and time. The other security measures, we do already have cameras and things like that, and our staff is trained. We do not have a fence around our facility because we are not a JDC, and we don't want it to feel like a JDC. This is their home while they're with us, and we don't want it to feel anything other than welcoming. The camera systems we have are interior for the most part and exterior, but if you could maps our location, you'll see that we have a large amount of property right in the middle of the city, and we are covered by trees and bushes and things. And while we could put some fencing up around that, that would be a large cost because we have a large piece of property. And then also the camera situation, you're talking electricity and actual cameras. Currently, our camera system is at its capacity, and adding more would mean a new camera system. Not that it's not time for that, but that's also a budget consideration.
You had mentioned Judge Dyer and her consideration of this project. Have you heard back from her on what her perspective is on this resource center being there? Can you, anything you can share with us?
I would never speak for Judge Dyer, but I know that her main consideration is the kids. We work very closely with the courts, and we even program our after-school programming based on their recommendations. So I know that she would be advocating for the kids. What that looks like is only something Judge Dyer can speak to.
You also mentioned, or I think it was mentioned, that you were one of the 2 RFPs that came out a year or 2 ago. Was yours accepted or not accepted?
No, I don't think anything was accepted or not accepted. I think it was like time to look at the next stage of planning or something like that. The feedback on ours was that it was expensive, but to clarify, we were under the impression that any assistance from the city or anyone else would be beneficial, but we do not currently ask for any funding apart from applying for CDBG funds like anybody else would. We do not currently get any funding for any of our operations, so if it's expensive, that's our fault and that's our responsibility. So if it's going to cost $2 million, then we better find $2 million. So that was a responsibility we were putting on ourselves.
Do you have any intentions of being the operational runner for this facility?
When you open up the RFP, we'll be reapplying.
Do you have any anticipations of having others joining you in this RFP?
Like so many have said before, these nonprofits, we do not do this alone, and we have to work together. Not only are you talking about applying for grants and having your letters of intent and MOUs, you have to show that you're collaborating with other organizations, but none of us duplicate services, so it's more important than ever that we come together and do this together, because we can be the experts up until a point, and there's somebody else who's got more knowledge in an area than we do.
So you were addressing safety a minute ago and did share that with this resource center across the street, it does mean that you're going to need to add staff to provide that security, because it is 365, program at OCC, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Yes.
If you were to be given this opportunity to run this shelter, would there be even more additional staff that you would need to bring on? And do you have the means, or at least the foresight, of which types of grants that you need to apply for to make that operational cost adjustment as well?
Yes, so currently we are submitting grants to expand our street outreach and Basic Center grant. Basic Center works for runaway and homeless youth, so that is a supplemental grant that we have for our children's shelter. So we actually hold beds for runaway and homeless youth that qualify for that program. Inside our children's shelter as it is. So we are currently in the process of submitting grants. So soon those grants will close, and then you will have to wait for more funding opportunities, and we'll reapply for new ones at the next time. Even if we did not become the managers of this project, we would still have to implement some changes, and that's the biggest concern we have, because regardless of who takes this over, there's always going to be concerns when somebody moves in next to a children's shelter, and we have to take those things into consideration when we have staff, and that includes crowd control or something like that, de-escalation and conflict, or keeping vulnerable populations apart. We already have to keep our emergency shelter and long-term shelter kids separate, and that's on our own campus, and they're all children. So imagine more vulnerable populations. It is grantor-led, national accreditation and contract-based that we do this as a best practices scenario. So no matter if we're the manager or not, we will have some budgetary items to discuss to make some changes, and we will have to include extra staff. The neighborhood's just not used to an influx of people that large.
Just only two more questions. The first is what you're stating then, implying that it's better if you were to partner with other interested organizations on a bid. It's more beneficial to your facility and probably theirs too to all be together.
Sure. So currently, the resources that we provide are kind of speckled throughout the city. So it would be beneficial to us to have something closer to our campus, because then our campuses would be right across the street from each other. So that is a benefit if we got to manage the project. But like I said, we are the only ones that do a domestic violence program, but that doesn't mean other people don't touch on the subject. So something that we can provide, maybe therapeutic or clinical therapy, but also group-led or peer-led therapy or something like that, we can handle, but it might be better done by another nonprofit. So we can only do this with the other nonprofits.
Last one, if you're on this bid, in your most professional opinion, how safe do you think your facility is, OCC, and the shelter being next to it?
I don't know if I could guess that, because we haven't been in this scenario before. But I do want to focus that the safety is not just for our kids, but also for the homeless population that would be utilizing the resources across the street. You're looking at two vulnerable populations. And as discussed before, there is always that opinion that our kids have, and some of it can not be far off a little bit. We do have some court-ordered kids and some behavioral issues that we deal with, and so we're dealing with resources for both populations that could put the other one at risk, and so those things have to be considered.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for Ms. Thompson?
Why are you looking at me? Yes.
Oh, I don't
I
know.
do have a couple of questions.
Director Dodd-Smith.
Thank you. I have one of the things is, you were talking about the additional security. If we are having a feeding program right across the street from you, whether you're the managing partner or not, we're not going to be able to prevent people from coming there to try to get food, whether they get it or not, whether they're allowed or not. So if they're not, Director Garcia had mentioned to me when she was at the CFO, they had to have police security when people didn't get what they had to have the police there. And I know that at Jackson House, we're next to the police department with Jackson House, but yet we also have a car there as well, because there are some issues. So I'm imagining, as much as you hate to fence in your property, with woods, which are an attractive place to stay, and with the proximity to the feeding station, I'm imagining you're going to have to put a fence up.
We will have to do something, yes.
So,
Definitely.
so that, you do think that. So the other question was, do your any of your clients use the bus stop that's there on the property?
Yes, that bus stop. Actually, we wrote the grant for that bus stop, so you're welcome.
I knew it looked new.
Yes. Yes, the community kids and the OCC kids all use that as the school bus stop.
So is that a concern at all, that they would be sharing it with a population that's seeking assistance for drug abuse and for shelter and for mental illness? Is that a concern for you?
Most of our children are coming from families with similar issues. This is not going to be new territory for them, and it doesn't mean people will not take advantage of the situation. For us specifically, not speaking for community kids, but for OCC, our staff accompanies the kids to the bus stop.
Very good.
It's part of a truancy program. You're going to get your butt up and go to school. So our staff does go out there with them. If that would be an adequate amount of staff, I don't know what that number looks like. We can guess, but I'd hate to do that.
I had one more question, but I can't find it in my messy handwriting. Thank you.
I got a couple of questions. You do? Okay. Mr. Burrow, did you have a question? Well, Director Dobbs-Smith, she's studying up her question.
No, I'm good.
You're done? Okay.
Ashley, in your homeless outreach, because I don't know that much about it, how many have you contacted that are male, female, how many of those are sheltering at your facility now? Any?
So for sheltering at our shelter, we hold 3 beds for RHY, which is Runaway and Homeless Youth. Currently, we have 2 in our shelter. The stay for RHY kids is 21 days, but emergency shelter is typically 30, 60, or 90 days, with our long-term shelter being about 18 months at a time. So we hold few beds, and the way we hold beds is similar to the way a hospital would. So we have a certain number of beds for the court, a certain number of beds for DCFS, a certain number of beds for RHY, and we hold 3 beds for RHY currently. 2 are full at the moment.
Do you have any for anyone over 18?
No. So the shelters that we have for anyone over 18 is our drop-in day shelter, so they can go in and they can get all the resources we discussed, but nothing overnight. And our other emergency shelter is our domestic violence shelter. And then we have rapid rehousing for both homeless population as well as domestic violence, and transitional housing for domestic violence.
How successful has the rapid rehousing been for say, the homeless?
Extremely. The concern now is, can we continue funding at the rate that we've got it? Because as somebody mentioned earlier, grants now are looking for housing first. And so that rapid rehousing program is actually probably one of the more costly but funded programs that we have, looking to be refunded successfully.
You guys do an awesome job over there, and we appreciate everything that you do over there. When we had the RFP process, and I don't want to attribute this to you because I'm not sure who wrote this, but the Ouachita Children and Youth Family Services proposal noted that the area near the Prince of Peace would be amenable to a facility that serves homeless people. And then it was quoted, with all homeless programs operating in the same area where the neighborhood is already comfortable with OCYFS, there should not be any negative feedback from the surrounding neighborhood. And that was attributed to the nonprofit. I don't know who said that. What has changed?
Our concern is only for security, and our security is based on our standards that we have to provide in our organization. So anything apart from that, if the neighborhood is comfortable with OCYFS based on the standards we're already providing, we would hope that they would be still comfortable if we continue to provide at the same standards. We don't know what anybody else's standards are, so we can't assume that we would. But based on the way we perform, we would hope that the neighborhood was comfortable. No, I did not write the proposal. I did see it before it was submitted. But again, our standards are very strict, and we take them very seriously. We do not get funding unless we handle them appropriately. So
Certainly.
that was based on the security issues that we'll have no matter who comes in, no matter what organization. If you choose a senior citizen center or something like that, it's going to have the same questions. What does it look like if there's a new population coming in against the children's shelter next door?
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
And now we'll have Mr. Robert Bledsoe, and I'd ask Ms. Sally Carter to come forward and be at the ready.
My name's Robert Bledsoe. I live at 208 South Ridge here in Hot Springs. Been a citizen of Hot Springs now in Garland County for almost 25 years. Mr. Mayor, City Manager, members of the council, I'm very uncomfortable doing this because this issue is very personal to me. We have a family member who is one of those people. We have a family member who, if you passed on the street, you wouldn't notice. We have a family member who, for many years, has been on the edge of society. She has no voice. She has no vote. She doesn't vote. She doesn't contribute to the political process. She doesn't attend church. She grew up in a Christian home, sang in a Christian choir, went to a Christian school, graduated with 2 degrees, and early in her adulthood, through no fault of her own, became bipolar. And as a result of that condition, she devolved into a situation where she was homeless. She doesn't trust the political system, she doesn't trust the police, she doesn't trust you, she doesn't trust me. But her need is no less than anyone else's need in this auditorium this evening. I can think of no higher calling for this particular group than seeing for and taking care of the most vulnerable population in our city. Whether it's city, state, or federal, the highest calling of any government is to take care of its citizenry. I don't know much about the politics or the zoning or the monies or the different things that have been brought up here tonight, but I can tell you we have those people who I've heard described here tonight as scary. I've heard them described as people that you don't want to be around, but you're talking about a family member to me, someone who's hurting and needs the services that this group would provide. It is near impossible to navigate all of the social things that are available by herself, alone. She needs the help. And that would be wonderful to have a one-stop shop where some of that help could be given. So I want to tell you on behalf of those that really do not have a voice here tonight, for those that really are not seen in our community, they still need the support, the care, and the services that this group can provide. If not now, when? If not here, where? It seems any place that's presented has its issues. And these people, those people, as we've called them here tonight, are still in need. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a question for Mr. Bledsoe.
Mr. Bledsoe?
Mr. Bledsoe, I have a question for you.
We have a question for you, please.
I know that you love your daughter dearly. That's very apparent. But I would like to know, I think it's a fair question. It's specifically, how could this resource center, if everything was in one place, because we do have all of these services in our town, and we do need them in one place, but specifically your daughter, how could this resource shelter have made a difference in her life?
Let me just tell you that the most basic need of any individual is food and shelter. I know of a situation from the person in my family who's had to go back 4 and 5 different times to get the paperwork in place just to get food. So if they had the one-stop shop, they would have someone there who's not necessarily a part of the government system, but that could assist and render aid and render assistance. The other thing is housing, something we'll, I assume, take for granted. I have a family member that slept in an abandoned house. And this is the same family member that has 2 degrees, is talented and sings, and because of a disorder she did not choose, is forced to live like that and can still get the help that's available, tons of help that's available that could be in one place. She can't jump in a car and go do that at 3, 4, 5, 6 different places. There's a need for one place with one mission, one outreach, and if it's money that stands between that and providing for the care of that citizenry, I say we still need to provide for them. So for me, it's a matter of having that near impossible, stringent requirements that are often required in government assistance in one place, so she can get the help and the aid she needs.
So when she was having to go 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 times, she had to go different places to get her food and get her paperwork and her...
Well, in this particular illustration, she went to one place, but inevitably, because of concerns, she would leave something out, or something would get lost, or something would happen. And in the meantime, I mean, we're doing what we can.
And I absolutely agree with you that we need housing.
It takes churches, it takes families, it takes organizations, it takes the government, it takes you, it takes me to reach out to these people. I'm sorry, and I don't mean to pull at your heartstrings, but that scripture that comes to mind for me is, in as much as you do it to the least, and these are the least.
Absolutely.
These are not the greatest, that we do it unto him. So for me, it's a matter of caring for a God-made person in his image and showing that kind of concern and compassion. So
Thank you.
it's a tough road.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Sally Carter, and then I'd like Boyce Mitchell. Did I get that?
Sally Carter, and I am an outreach coordinator with St. Luke's Episcopal Church. I work for them in the outreach program. I'm a volunteer. I live in the county. I'm going to very quickly try to run through some questions that you all have had here tonight that you don't seem to have an answer for. First off, there is no way in this world that you can answer all of the questions that are going to come up. There's no way. But we've got to start somewhere. We have to have a starting place. And let me tell you, your nonprofits that are out here and all these other places, we've been working on it. We're not rushing anything. Our first meeting was in 2016. In 2019, I believe that was the year, when we had the snow, there were a bunch of us that spent the night up at the church 9 days up there trying to help people in poverty. We had a lot of people that were not homeless. They were living in old houses that didn't have any electricity, or the gas stoves or whatever they had wouldn't work. So it's people in poverty. There is a plan. We had been talking about a plan for years and years. But the first thing you have to do before you can put a plan in place is to have a center, to have a building. No nonprofit is going to apply to do anything until they know where they're going to be. So that's the number one thing. Funding, yes, we have been all over this state. I can't tell you the miles that I've put on my car. We have looked at shelters, at community centers, all the way from Texarkana, all the way up to Fort Smith and everywhere else. There are 100 people in Fort Smith right now on what they call program beds. That means they're working out in the community, and they're going to move from those program beds and go right into transitional housing and then right into society. That's it. But I'm telling you, we've done our research. We've looked at it. I expect that when we get ready to sit down, if you vote for us to have that church, for what we're looking at, that we'll sit down with the nonprofits, we'll sit down with y'all, with anybody, and say, okay, let's work out the kinks. Let's figure this out. Funding and what they call emergency solutions grant. I've got funding options everywhere, from every district, from every place that I've visited. We'll share our funding with you. We'll be happy to give you some ideas of the grants and things that you need. We're looking at RFPs now, which would go out to the nonprofits, 500, I believe, in the state of Arkansas. We will have some of our own apply. I certainly hope so. People that have spoken tonight. We will work that out. We can put in that RFP exactly what you want to be there and the services. We haven't been rushing. For the past 5 years, we have been trying our best to get to the point where we can save lives. You heard Mr. Bledsoe, and I'm going to tell you something. If it was your family member and I had the money, ladies and gentlemen, I had the money, you tell me how much I need to invest to save your family member. We anticipate having a director, and under that director, there will be all the nonprofits that can come in days at a time and have offices there, caseworkers, and work with these people. But there will be a director, and that will come through the agency that applies and is selected through the nonprofit. May I answer questions?
Yeah. Any questions of Ms. Carter? Thank you.
I have some.
Mr. Boyce Mitchell.
We got questions, Sally.
Yes, ma'am.
I think Director Webb had his hand up first.
You go first.
I've already fired up. I don't usually talk at these meetings, but I do feel like I do have a responsibility to listen to all of the community. And one of the questions that I had for you was, I mean, besides the fact that, so it seems like a rush for us to come in to make the decision on this location, not the service. We absolutely, positively need a place to come together and have all the services under one roof. But do you have commitments, do we have written commitments from the people that will come in?
I don't need written commitments, Director, because I've got a group of churches and volunteers back here. I've got a commitment of agencies that have already said, we're going to come alongside you. Would you all raise your hand?
So
That's
we have
part
this,
of 'em.
so
That's
we can
part of 'em.
have, we can count that these will come here, because I have heard concerns
Yes.
from other churches that we're not moving our program, we're not.
Nobody is moving their program. We will have a director there, an agency that oversees it. And then I'm going to look over here and see Boyce Mitchell. I'm going to say, Boyce, which days do you want to come over and work at the center? And he's going to say, I'll be there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday if you need me before then or after you call me.
So you haven't had any trouble at all with volunteers on any of the
No,
programs? Okay.
no ma'am.
So-
We have a list of 20-something churches and a synagogue right now that volunteer at the warming shelter, and they have said time after time, when you get a place, we are going to be there to help you as well. But understand, those agencies are not going to get rid of their buildings and move over there, but they're going to be there at certain times. They're going to be caseworkers that will sit down with these folks, work out a plan. And our mission is to save lives, to take care of kids. And it's a process. It takes a while. But you know what? We're never going to get them all. But it's just like that starfish John McCallum talked about. If we get one, that's great. The one thing that's going to make it a success, whether it ever does anything else, it will be a place where we can open a warming shelter when it gets below 32 degrees. The people that died, that Trish told you about, it was below 32 degrees, but you know what? We can't open a warming shelter now because we have to wait till it's 29 degrees. And we can't do it on the weekends because it interrupts the services for the churches. You know? That's what I'm saying. We've got to start somewhere. But what kind of price do you put on people? When you, at one comment, may I do that, Mayor, and then I promise I'm gone. In the morning, when you drive down Central Avenue, or when you come down your neighborhood, or you drive down Malvern Avenue, and you see these people standing there, don't look past them. Look at them. They are people. You know, they have been through trauma. Yeah, they made bad decisions, but you and I both did too. But they have a story. They have a family somewhere. But look at them. And you're going to be able to say, they're your constituents. You're going to be able to tell them one of two things. You're going to say to yourself, you know what? Man, I failed you last night. I did. Or you're going to turn around and say, I'm going to do my best. We voted to give you some help, but don't ignore them. Take a look at them.
Thank you. Boyce Mitchell.
Hey, there's other people to listen to.
Yes, you're important too, and I appreciate your time here today and your time that you spent with me on the phone. The question I have, and these numbers came up earlier, Miss Sally, the homeless in Fort Smith, 215, 179, 216, 166, and then as we get to 2022, those numbers were at 374.
Yes, sir. I can answer that for you.
Well, I got to give you a question first, Miss Sally. You're smart enough to probably figure out what my question is, but the question I have is, what do you think attributed to the rise? Was it A, the program wasn't working, or B, that the program was working well enough that word got out to other homeless or those in poverty that they were coming to Fort Smith. And that's part one. Part two, if we were to start this resource center here in Hot Springs at the number that we have now, and we see those numbers double, can we handle it? Would it be a good thing to see the numbers double and triple? Or what kind of do you forecast as being your ultimate goal for having this center as it
Lord, I
relates to
don't
the
know.
numbers?
That's one of those things that I tell you, you can't answer, but I'll tell you this one thing. The economy, things like the Greenbrier situation that we're looking at now, that's dumping people on the street every single day. And in Fort Smith, that's the best working program you will ever see in your life. I would love to take each and every one of you up there. The numbers have steadily risen in the nation. Boyce Mitchell's going to tell you in a minute, but the point in time count is a joke. Now, also, other people think that we get money for that point in time count. We don't. You have to do that in your area, in your city, in order for you to apply for the grants. But I can tell you that the economy has really taken a toll on that, for sure. COVID did it. I think if you talk to Chris at Fort Smith, he could give you an idea real quickly of why the numbers had increased, but it's certainly not because they're failing.
Thank you. Mr. Boyce Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell, please come forward. And Terry Lauder? Terry?
How you guys doing today?
Very good, thank you.
I appreciate you guys for having me. Appreciate you giving me your attention. Appreciate you all for addressing and at least looking at this problem, because I do believe it's a problem. Sales, CCMC, Ouachita Behavioral Health, CSO, St. Luke's, Lakeview Assembly, all of SWAP, Homeless Coalition. I'm the president of the Homeless Coalition in Malvern, and I'm also over the point in time count here. I talk to each one of those organizations on a daily basis. But let me tell you who else I speak with. I also get calls from the hospital. I also get calls from the detention center. I also get calls from personal officers who don't know what to do with a person. And I can tell you right now that everybody's scratching their heads. If we don't address this problem, there's places that's throwing way more money at this than you're going to be throwing at it. And you're going to have to double back, and it may not look as pretty. Because I can tell you, these individuals that's standing out here, they could be your family at any moment. I've heard them talk about as pollutants, or we're pollutants, that we're polluting the neighborhood. I am their face. They know I have so much success with them because I am their face. When they're not around to talk and they're not in the room, I'm talking for them. But it doesn't go one way. I'm also holding them accountable. I don't just give them what they need, but they understand that I'm going to tell them tough things and I'm going to take up for them as well. The part about having everybody in a one-stop shop is just like anything, just like water. Once you shut it off one place, it flows to another. It's important that we all in the room, because they can't come. I have a grant called PATH. They can't come and get $500 from my grant and then next month go right to CCMC and get money for their grant, and then go right to St. Luke's and get money for their grant. If we're all in the room, they can't split us. If that individual needs to go to substance abuse, we're all sitting right there and saying, no, when you get ready to go to substance abuse, then we'll move forward. We'll start providing these resources when you're ready to do what we're asking. Then we have to save this population from themselves. And until we are all in the same room addressing it, moving forward at the same time, then it's just not going to happen. We're not going to put a dent in something this big. It takes the city. It takes churches. It takes organizations. It takes family members. It takes everything to actually tackle this problem. My grant, I get people in the substance abuse treatment. I get people in the mental health treatment for Ouachita. I've been in mental health since 1997. I've been doing this a long time. I've dealt with all the populations. I deal with people in Little Rock, freshly renewed. That's where I send my sex offenders because nobody else will let them. Even around here, even when I find some funding to get them somewhere, they're not allowed to be over here. They're not allowed to be over there. So I have to start looking in places in Little Rock and other places. I also have to get people bus tickets. If they have a family member who's willing to give them the support that they can't get here, I buy bus tickets. I get people to shelters in Little Rock because they're a woman and there's not one here. I do whatever it takes outside of the box. I get some of them in the places, yes. I get some of them in the treatment, yes. Not everybody's ready to go into a house. But that's part of why we need this center so we can start working with these individuals, because I can tell you right now, you got to be tired of seeing them sitting on the corner. And if you want to stop them from flying a sign over there on that corner, you fly your own sign behind them, say, if you want this person to get help, donate to this resource center. Or get them to the resource center, because they don't need $5 out the window. They need these resources. And as long as people are giving them money, they're going to continue to pop up all over the place. But if we can give them resources, we can stop them from concentrating on the short-term problem and start working on long-term problems, because when you're homeless, you can't focus on anything but the short-term problem. You never make it to those long decisions of going and sitting and getting your birth certificate, or going and sit for hours and get your ID in the DMV. You can't afford to do that. You have to have people and organizations to do that for you.
Mr. Mitchell, could you provide a closing statement?
I'm sorry.
I think you just did. I think you did a good one. Any questions of Mr. Mitchell?
Quit looking at me.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Ms. Terry Lawler, and I want to call Kay Ecke. I didn't see Kay. She may be outside. No, there she is. Come on forward.
Thank
Terry.
you for giving me some of your time this evening. I want to tell you how much I appreciate your service to our city and to our county. I'm Terry Lawler, and I currently am the McKinney-Vento Homeless Coordinator for the Cutter Morning Star School District. You may be surprised, but we have 463 homeless children that are being educated in the public schools in Garland County. There are 7 of us who are homeless liaisons. We get just a little bit of money from the federal government through Title I, or if we write an RFP to serve our children. I was able to get an RFP for Cutter Morning Star, but guess what? I have 32 children that we have identified as needing services, and they do qualify as McKinney-Vento children. I get less than $1,000 for each of those children. I only can use that for educational purposes. Can't use it to help them find a place to stay. Can't use it for food. I can use it for clothes, because you have to have clothes to come to school, right? But I can't use it for mental health, because mental health is so expensive, and you have to jump through a lot of hoops sometimes to get your students the therapy that they need, and their family to be involved in that therapy. What I want to say to you is sometimes the face of homelessness is not what you're thinking. It's not those people on the streets that we've heard tonight. And yes, it's family members. It's people, those people on the streets are people. There are some individuals who somebody loves. But I think of the children. I think of my kids. And I think of those whose parents want to do better for them. We have a wonderful resource community. In fact, I have the list. I have the whole list of all the resources. And when I have a mom comes in and says to me, Miss Lawler, we don't have a place to stay tonight because the guy I was staying with, I'm afraid of him, and I can't have my little girl there with me anymore. And I would say, oh, here's the list. Oh, and by the way, I'm sorry, I can't provide you transportation to that. I'm not allowed to. But can you get a bus ticket somewhere? Where could I get a bus ticket? I haven't started my job at Magic Springs yet. I don't have the money. That's why I was staying with him. Okay, then here's the list. But I have to go here and here and here and here. We have a lot of children in Garland County. They're not just homeless. They're looking for a better way and a better future. And we are responsible, not just as educators, but as city directors, as pastors, as citizens of this community, to take better care of our kids. Thank you for your time.
Any questions of Ms. Lawler? Thank you, Ms. Kayecki. And then I ask Sally Colbrook to come forward and be at the ready.
Hello, I'm Kay Eke, and I'm a resident of District 4. I've been a volunteer for somewhere between 6 to 8 years in the warming and cooling centers, different shifts, day, night, breakfast, St. Luke's, First Methodist, Lakeview, Salvation Army. One thing they all had in common was the people who were there and their respectfulness, their politeness, their appreciation. In all of those times, I never encountered a situation, I've done a whole lot of the overnight shifts, where the agitation or whatever was greater than the volunteers there could handle, where we had to call. That doesn't mean it hadn't happened, obviously. Pastor JJ, told us it had. But that's the exception rather than the rule. These people are not despicable, deplorable people. It could be any one of us or any one of our family members at any time. I know that from experience. Domestic abuse, substance abuse, loss of employment, financial crisis. We have people who are actually just too poor to get a job. When you don't have an address, that kind of drops you down on the list of potential employers. The appropriate clothing, the opportunity for hygiene before going to work in the mornings, transportation, child care, just so many different things like that. So for those reasons, I urge you to please, let's get this ball rolling and get a place established.
Any questions for Ms. Hickey? Thank you. Sally Colbrook, welcome.
Thank you. I've spent my entire adult career in the nonprofit sector, working with addicts, sexual assault victims, trauma survivors, and those in poverty. I would like to speak to the economic as well as the humanitarian benefits of approving the purchase of Prince of Peace Lutheran Church for use as a resource center. Poverty disruption is only possible when barriers to receive services and assistance for those in need are reduced. When those in poverty, from those who are homeless to the working poor, can access services that make transitioning to greater stability possible, our entire community benefits. Providing a resource center with wraparound services means that barriers to stability are reduced because those in poverty will be able to meet with agencies and nonprofits in one location that can help them with their particular situations. Poverty is a complicated issue. The Resource Center is not about throwing money at a quick fix problem. It is about investing in human beings, fellow citizens, those Jesus pointed out who are considered the least of these, to help them achieve greater stability. At the end of the day, this Resource Center is good for our community's economic bottom line. People who are given a chance to stabilize become contributors to our economic health. People given a chance to go to receive these stabilizing services will also benefit a community where tourism and hospitality are a prominent force in our economy. And finally, this Resource Center is the culmination of collaboration on a large scale between nonprofits, faith communities, and public and private sectors of Hot Springs. I applaud the extensive investment of time, research, and vision by City Manager Burrow, our city directors, city staff to bring us to this point. I urge you to vote in favor of purchasing the Prince of Peace facility so that these wraparound services can begin to form and our underserved, under-resourced neighbors can have these extended to them. It is not a handout. It is a helping hand. It is good for all of us, morally and economically. Thank you.
Any questions of Ms. Culbreath? Thank you. At this time, we have called upon all those who had signed up. If there's anybody in the lobby area that might not have had an opportunity to sign the form, or anybody in board chambers that would like to speak, that would offer a comment that may not have already been mentioned, please feel free to come up to the podium. We'll recognize you. Please state your name, address, and district, please.
My name's Bill Dixon. Some people know me as Tom Dixon. That's a long story, too. But at any rate, I'm church council president at Prince of Peace Lutheran Church. And I have a confession to make. I'm a recovering procrastinator. Yes, I am. Please don't hold it against me. I try to be fun to watch. I'm not always fun to watch. But in the process, and seriously, I am a recovering procrastinator. I was always afraid of getting things perfect. And as a result, I got into trouble because at the last bloody moment, I'd slap something together and it wouldn't be all that good. I started listening to people and learning and observing, and I found out that I was really a lot better than I was giving myself credit for. And I also found out in that process that whenever I just jumped off that diving board and got to work on it and got something done, it was very, very satisfactory, very satisfying. It wasn't always perfect, but it was a heck of a lot better than nothing. And please understand, I'm not being critical of you folks. I wouldn't have any of your seats for any amount of money. Seriously. Because no matter what you do, somebody's gonna be unhappy with it. But at the same time, we have to keep in mind all of these people who are struggling, trying to survive. There's a statistic, I think it's like 20% of the population are within 2 to 3 paychecks of homelessness. We have had it too doggone easy in this country of ours to understand and realize that we're really, really lucky, because there are a lot of people who aren't lucky. They're so unlucky that it is just impossible to imagine. Okay, folks, imagine it, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Once again, okay. Please come forward and state your name, address, and district.
Good evening. Good evening, all. Carol Schulp, 301 Stearns Point Road, Pat's neighbor. I retired, and once I retired, I didn't know that I was going to have a full-time job, and that full-time job is being a volunteer here in Hot Springs. And I can't tell you the joy that you feel when you see you're helping somebody here. And this town has a lot of people in need of help. The poverty level here is unbelievable. I work with almost every one of these nonprofits because I am a member of the Giving Circle. And the Giving Circle has given over $1 million, 13 individuals, to Garland County in various projects. I'm the boots on the ground for that group. I make sure that I attend the meetings to find out who needs what. And I can't tell you, as I say, the gratitude that I feel, but there is so much need here. And part of it is the fact that you're talking about a resource center really, really warms my soul, because it isn't about a homeless shelter. It is about resources available. And I don't know if any of you have ever attended, I don't, Sally, you know, what's the name of the workshop that you do where everybody goes and learns how to be a... Every one of you should take part in that and find out what it is like to try to live as these people are living on the edge, paycheck to paycheck. It's an invaluable experience. I did it with them, and I ended up losing my child because I couldn't get there on time. There are things going on in this town that you really need to be aware of. And the fact that we could provide a service like this and a place for these people to go. I've been a volunteer with Sally when it was at St. Luke's. I volunteered with First United Methodist. These people, as Bill Bledsoe said, they are just like you and me. They're just one step away from you. We're all just one step away from being one of those people. Let's look at them as they are, as human beings just like you and I, and that we can provide services to them that will help them live a better life. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward and state your name, address, and district, please.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Alex Stafford. I'm in District, I think, 1. I'm here because I volunteer at OCC. I've done that for a number of years. I also volunteer at St. Luke's in the warming shelter and all the shelters to do with St. Luke's. And I know the homeless. I know Terry. I know Woodstock. I know Kelly. And I get on with them and I trust them. And all my children at OCC I love. And people who've known me there know that I love them because I go there all the time. And I don't have any problems. I don't think there's going to be an issue of safety with one and the other because I think it's all going to be okay. That's what I had to say.
Thank you. Well, this will conclude the public session of us coming to the microphone and telling us your views on this resolution. So at this time, any discussion amongst directors? Director Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention a couple of things that has not been mentioned, and to state that I support strategies and processes to work with partners to create pathways for all families to achieve economic security. It makes sense leveraging support services to help Hot Springs residents at a community resource center. There has been much discussion, but they are, if they're homeless or having to stay with somebody, they're still all residents of our city. When I first joined the board, this area was my district. I walked door to door canvassing during that election. I have worked in that neighborhood, and since January 1st of this year, I have served a number of people in that neighborhood for helping them with services, references, and to help them in obtaining the different housing, how to go about getting housing. But it's very time-consuming because there was several different places they had to go to, and they didn't have the transportation available to be able to go to all the places they needed to visit. There has been mention of different things, and I just wanted to point out that this location is less than a half a mile from Hot Springs First Industrial Park. And within that area, there is a large encampment by the railroad overpass down under that of homeless people that need help. And there are also people that live in the neighborhood that need help. Our own neighborhood services, and Miss Linda that we heard from earlier, that she purchased 5 homes there and has helped to restore some areas. But I know for a fact there is government money going into this area, and it's in the form of housing vouchers, Medicaid, utility assistance that are all being paid with government funds. It's not free money. No one, to my knowledge, is insinuating that. These are government funds that are being brought back from our taxpayer money that we paid into the federal government to our city for purposes to help people in need. The contents that are being conveyed is not part of the appraisal, but I prepared a worksheet with the resale values of contents coming at over $122,000. And if we did not have these conveying and had to purchase, it would be over $250,000 additional cost for these office equipment, desks, chairs, tables, sofas, nice chairs, credenzas. I've got a whole list on this worksheet that I will share with anyone that has questions. The people that'll be served is just like that are being served now. They're not, yes, there will be some homeless, but there's more non-homeless people that are in poverty that can't afford lunches. They may come there on their lunch break to get a lunch because they can't pack a lunch so that they have a supper that night to make sure their kids get fed. Yep. So there are also veterans that risk their lives for our country that are needing now assistance and needing to go and get a lunch at Jackson House because they are homeless. And I have seen the encampment they have a brotherhood of these older veterans, and it's a shame to see them have to live that way. But so many people are living paycheck to paycheck. And we already have a food distribution there. The church, these people at Prince of Peace Church do a food distribution every week that are working, preparing those meals, and they are coming there every Monday. They're lined up to get those. So people are already coming there. So to feed people for food distribution, it's not adding, it's in being able to provide additional services there. Well, if we don't do this, what is the cost to not leverage support for a resource center? The current estimated cost for those unsheltered and living below the poverty level is a cost to the government of over $30,000 a year, $30,000 per person. And you can see how that would add up. That's an annual cost. We're talking about a one-time cost here to help as many people as possible, including residents in this neighborhood that can walk over there and get a meal. I know what I'm talking about. I've seen the numbers. I've seen the people. And there are people that want to do better, but right now are just above water. You know, I relate a lot to what Mr. Bledsoe said. I know when I lived in poverty as a young girl and not having running water and going out in the middle of the night, whether it's rain or cold, to a one-hole bathroom, and it's no fun. And my family worked and struggled, but they had help from churches, and we got out of that situation. But I never want to forget those that are still facing that today and turn around and help them get out of it. And if we can use federal funds to help this, and we've already heard the number of grants and funding that will come along for operations, as well as CDBG funds from the federal government, I believe it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Let's hold our applause, please. I've been fairly liberal with that, but let's hold our applause. Director Webb?
Thank you, Mayor. I look at this resolution as it's presented to us here tonight. Now, I first just want to thank all of you who took time to be here tonight to speak, whether you were speaking for it or whether you were speaking against it. You're here because this is your city. This is all of our city here in Hot Springs, and you care. I appreciate that care that you have. And you're here and it's almost 9:30. That's a testament to your commitment to seeing that Hot Springs is continuing to move in the right direction. I heard great testimony from several of the nonprofits that are here that speak to the way in which the organizational part, or piece, if you will, the logistical piece, and the administrative pieces of this research center will serve our community. And as a result, I look at this proposal now and think buying the property will provide a service to our community in some form or fashion. A, the resource center, if the RFP is successful and meets all the requirements. If not, B, the same property that we purchased here today could very well serve a senior citizen facility if the RFP is unsuccessful. So, in my opinion, buying this property is a win for our city, regardless of which direction it goes in. If it's in the direction of the resource center, that's going to help aid in the resources that are being provided to help those that are in poverty, that experience homelessness, or that just fall on hard times turn their life around. And it does give us another option to serve as a solution to this problem, because it is apparent that what we've been doing in previous years hasn't worked. I also want to state that before we leave here tonight, I do want to ensure that there is some form, and this will probably come as our items for discussion, but that there is some formal way to recognize that if it's passed, that the senior citizen facility can be added to the ranking list of the major capital unfunded project list to be considered August 5th. In closing, I would also, having said everything I've said, I would also support, if the board feels this way too, the entire board, having a town hall or a work session to help ensure that proper RFP development for the resource center is possessed. And I will stop there. Thank you.
Any other director Director Beard?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted, I actually got a call from one of the juvenile judges today about the safety of the location of OCC and the contact. So one of my big concerns is how to keep the two communities separate, and I guess that will come up later. And I also wanted to make a statement about the unhoused population, rather. I actually lived in many large cities, plus million or more, and it is something that has to be maintained. It has to be treated, it has to be addressed on a continuum. So this isn't something that just happens to other places, and it is a problem that we have to deal with in our community now. We can't close our eyes and hope that it goes away. You know, was a lot different 5 years ago, and it will be a lot different 5 years from now. And far as the unhoused people, those are working class, single parent families, survivors of domestic abuse, elderly, refugees, immigrants, and anyone who is one check away from eviction. What happens in the wintertime is a lot of people will go into houses in District 2 and light fires just to keep warm. Then those houses have to be condemned, and then I go bananas. and it becomes a vicious cycle. It becomes a vicious cycle. Director Garcia, you brought up the veteran population, which is also elderly, and they have to experience or are experiencing physical injury, mental illness, PTSD, family breakdown, and there is just a lack of affordable housing in the city. So there's a lot of facets that need to be addressed here. And Miss Sally, you brought up the most thing that struck with me. What I've been working on the last 4 weeks, we can't talk about homelessness without talking about the situation over at Greenbrier, 2 buildings away from where we sit today. We don't have any type of laws to protect renters for tenants. We have a landlord that sends DPs to a tenant. That's a disgusting picture. And that tenant was evicted because she pressed charges. She needs a resource center. And then we have the 77-year-old man whose air conditioner was removed, and he had to just sit outside to get fresh air or just some kind of circulation air. You know, in federal prison, you get a yard or an hour full of yard time where you can be outside and get fresh air. And they also have air conditioning. But this is what's happening over at Greenbrier, and that person needs a resource center. And the final thing that's the most harmful for me is one of the tenants at Greenbrier has, or actually, there is suspected black mold. They're having to test that. But maybe this is related, maybe it isn't. But on Friday, the tenant that I speak of, his daughter diagnosed with a rare form of lymphoma. We don't know if it's black mold related. We don't know anything. But because of those unsafe, unsanitary, and conditions that are over there, he's just going to move anyway. Just would make sense that he moves. He needs a resource center. As we know, or maybe we've read in the paper, that Greenbrier owner is planning to evict more than 60 families at the same or within the next 2 to 12 months. So I would like to see the resource center up and running, because those people will need services of food, housing, everything, and support with the 10-year-old daughter that has lymphoma. It's very difficult to talk about. This is an unfortunate situation for everyone that's involved, and there is no ideal place for accommodating displaced and unhoused residents. No one will be happy with the location, and we are past a certain point in this crisis. We no longer have the luxury of being selective about where to place this accommodation. This is an issue that is already overflowing onto the streets, which has the potential to cause more concerns for the general public. And if this homeless crisis bothers you, whether you're for or against it, I invite you to elect state and federal legislators to pass laws to protect our most vulnerable population. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, or excuse me, any other comments by directors? Director Trustee?
Thank you, Mayor. I've been pretty quiet tonight, but I've been contacted by several residents of my district showing unanimous support for this project. It addresses a real need. And yes, this is not free money. These are not free dollars, but they're real dollars. And it's probably a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to have these extra funds available to do something like this without having to impose a new fee or raise taxes or do whatever. So I wholeheartedly support this. I think our staff has done a good job preparing and researching our options. Bill, I know you put a lot of time into it. Lance, you're the contact person on this, on our board action request form. The appraisal was addressed to Denny. I mean, I know you all put a lot of time and effort into this. And as you made comment tonight, this is the best recommendation. This is the best place for this. It's not the perfect layout, but it's pretty good. I had a chance to tour it today, and Bill or Tom or whatever your name is, I thank you for I thank you for your time and the two of you spending some time with me today and showing me the facility. I think Mr. Quast estimated in his appraisal that there was an estimated remaining life of 45 years on this facility. I have utmost of confidence in Steve Quast. As a banker, I've worked with him on appraisals for 30 years, and I just have a lot of respect for his opinion. I was a little concerned about the purchase price compared to the appraised value, but I came to the same conclusion you did, Karen. We're getting a lot of extra things that if we had to go out and buy those things, the cost would be much in excess of $750,000. So I recommend that we do this. Everyone that spoke tonight said we need a resource center. That's not the issue. So I'm in favor of doing this. I'm in favor of providing help because we can. And Sally, as you said, we got to get the ball rolling. And I think this is a great first step to helping solve this problem. So thank you all. Like Dudley said, I thank you all for your time, your support here tonight. Those speaking for it, speaking against it. I mean, that's what democracy is all about. So thank you all for coming. And for those of you who've stayed this late, we have a consolation prize for you. No, we don't. Just kidding, Bill. We don't.
Any other comments from directors?
I have one.
Please.
Surprise, surprise.
Director Dobbs-Smith.
So my comment is that if you didn't know that we have a problem in our city, you know now. And even the people who are not for the resource center, they've got to realize by now that we need to do something. And if passion and compassion could solve homelessness and addiction and all of the things that go along with that, then we would have none, because this city has so much of a heart and so many so many volunteers in the community that would help with this issue. However, for me, I have to vote against this location at this time until we can do the things that I mentioned from the very beginning. We need to have a zoning, a rezoning. That will have to be done whether we purchase it tonight or not. It will have to be rezoned, and that would give the neighbors an opportunity. And maybe they'll say, we welcome this, we embrace this, we want this. But I think that that needs to be done first. And I do think that now that we have, a year ago, we were adamant about building something, but now that this church has come available, it's sort of opened up a whole new world for me, with the idea that there might be another church out there or another facility, because there are, at least, like I mentioned earlier, at least 2 other churches very near there that are struggling with shrinking congregation. So as much as I love our community, as much as I love our underserved populations and the least among us, for this location at this time, I would have to vote no, but I would, if anyone would want to entertain postponing this until after we do have a work session in less than 30 days. We have a big annual retreat where we discuss things, where we can iron out these details about getting a managing partner, about rezoning, about all of those other issues that have come up, even some of the issues that some of the nonprofits have addressed. And I would like to do that, but I don't know if there's any support for that, but I would like to postpone until after our work session so we could get more public input and see if this is the right place. Not that we won't do it. The money's already been put aside. We voted for that. 2 years ago, we voted to put the money aside for this resource center. So it's not that anybody's trying to take the funding from it. It's just that, is this the right place, and has there been enough input from the general public? Because this has been a wonderfully orchestrated, this is a prime example of grassroots effort and how you get things done. But I know a lot of the directors said they got no calls against, but I know for a fact that some of them got calls against because the people told me they called them. And there's lots and lots of other people, not against the resource center, but the location, and questions on what we were going to do. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Any other comments from directors who haven't spoken?
I spoke earlier. I don't.
Okay.
You guys heard my opinion. But still, everything that I heard tonight did reiterate my position on it. The only thing is Bill, if you could help me remember some numbers. You know, people talked about when all of the resources are in one area that we can actually impact change. And Hope Works, we've had, 4, 5, 6 people who have been able to get jobs and get housed, and then also in the emergency shelters as well. And it really is just a matter of having that FaceTime and having more than one resource in one place. So anyone who is afraid that this is perhaps just going to invite people to not be held accountable or not do better or not have, already in our small programs, we have seen success. So I'm just incredibly hopeful for what something on this scale would look like for our community. So, yeah.
Very good. If there's no other comments?
Mayor,
please.
before you call the roll, I do have something I need to address, but if the board members aren't.
Director Webb?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I make the motion to move or to table this resolution.
I would second that.
Motion to table by Director Webb, seconded by
For town hall or work session.
So without, okay, so you need to give me a date. Without a date, it means the next meeting.
The next meeting after our,
2 weeks from tonight,
no.
or last night.
The next meeting following August 5th.
Okay. First board business meeting after August 5th.
He's asking you.
Huh?
He's asking you that question too.
Well, I'm looking at a calendar. August 5th is the budget meeting, and, okay, to give us reasonable amount of time to have that work session or a town hall with public input following the work session would fall on September 5th, by September 5th, excuse me.
So Mayor, there's a motion to table until September 5th. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
There is a second. A motion to table, once it's seconded, is not debatable. It requires majority of membership.
Please call the roll on the motion to table. A yes vote is to table, a no vote is to call the question that we have before us.
I'm sorry. We, just a second.
Are you just-
Yes, we leave for Japan on the 2nd, September 2nd.
That's a good point. And that really wasn't debate, that was just information. I love that.
Well, we're kind of out of order, but why can't we have it the immediately following one? We've got a whole month. We've got 30 days almost. I don't know. It was
That was what he put in his
It was
motion.
Mr. Webb's motion. Could you look at the calendar and see what that would look like if we had it the board meeting immediately following our work session?
Yeah, that's the 15th.
I retract September 5th and change that date to August 15th.
August 15th, and you still second that?
I would still second that.
All right.
That's why I hesitated on the other one. I think that's
So,
too long.
We got a
It needs to be
motion.
right away.
Again, a yes vote is to table until August 15th, and a no vote is to move forward with, then we'll have another vote. So we'll call the question. But right now, we're answering the question, call the question on motion to table. Please call the roll.
Director Holliday.
No.
Beard.
No.
Dobbs Smith.
Aye.
Webb.
Aye.
Garcia.
No.
Trustee.
No.
Mayor McCabe.
No. Motion to table is defeated. Please call the roll.
Mayor,
Oh,
if there's any more discussion, but I do need to address something. Mr. Martin and William Thomas Dixon, you've heard a lot of discussion tonight about zoning, okay? Are you willing to participate with the city in solidifying proper zoning and/or conditional use at that property?
Yes, the church will cooperate in whatever applications necessary.
Okay. And so, Mayor, since there's no objection to that, I would ask that you entertain a motion to amend the resolution on the floor tonight at the end of Section 1, that it is approved contingent upon obtaining the requisite rezoning or conditional use permit for the intended use.
So moved.
Second.
got a motion and a second for the amendment. We have to vote on the amendment?
Yes, sir.
All in favor of the amendment as stated, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Amendment is approved. I want to, before we cast our final vote on the matter, I'd like to ask Mr. Burrow if he had any closing comments on the subject. We've been on this for, I was watching the time, it's been 3 hours and 25 minutes. And
Well,
I know he'll be short.
Well, I want to thank everyone for coming, speaking for or against. It has been a lot of work for staff, and we're glad to get it in front of you tonight. And it's one of the only items I think I've ever brought the board where we didn't have a really concrete plan. But I've got faith that it's going to come in speaking with as many people and nonprofits as I have. Secondly, if we've left something out of this packet, or if any of you feel like this has been sprung upon you, then I'll take that as well, and apologize for that. Director Dobbs Smith, while we have all this people still in the room, I want to apologize to you. You said something earlier that kind of caught me. I didn't realize I made any kind of a sound, but I think I keep that 24/7. I can't get rid of it. It's blood pressure. But I want you to know how much I enjoy working with you, and I didn't mean to disrespect you in any way.
No disrespect taken.
And just wanted to apologize to you if that came out that way.
Not at all. I admire your passion and your the work that you put into this for 4 years now.
Thank
All
you.
right. Please call the roll.
Director Beard.
Aye.
Dobbs Smith.
No.
Webb.
Aye.
Garcia.
Aye.
Trustee.
Aye.
Holliday.
Aye.
Mayor McCabe.
Aye, resolution is adopted.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I started that.
We have one final action item that we'll address in about 2 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have other business.
And you're welcome to stay.
You may have to gavel now. Lindsay trying to usher him out of here.
Sheila, like, hand out some snacks. She threw some raisins at us.
We have to put
Hey, you have to. I don't think they know. You may have to bang. I don't think they know we got another item.
We have other business. We have other business, please. Thank you.
Oh, these poor guys.
Yeah.
Did someone send them to dinner at least?
All right, things are.
You like that?
We have one final action item for the evening. And that is consider ordinance O-23-15. And I'll entertain a motion to suspend the rules and read by title only.
So moved.
Director Trustee, seconded by
Second.
Director Dobbs Smith. All in favor of the motion to suspend the rules, read by title only, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. Council, please read by title.
Ordinance O-23-15, an ordinance granting a non-exclusive franchise to Hyperfiber of Arkansas LLC and assigning non-exclusive franchise to provide and maintain high bandwidth fiber-based communications networks and services within the city of Hot Springs, establishing franchise fees to be paid and for other purposes. That concludes reading, Mayor. If you would entertain a motion second to adopt.
Motion to adopt. Yes,
Director
sir.
Trustee, seconded by
Second.
Director Holliday. Staff report will be provided by Mr. Albright.
Thank you, Mayor. This comes to you as a request for a franchise with the City of Hot Springs to utilize the public right-of-ways for the purposes of installing their fiber. So Hyperfiber of Arkansas LLC have members here from the company who apparently are going to stay the night in Hot Springs tonight since it's so late. Have obtained a certification from the Secretary of State's office for this purpose as required by state law under Arkansas Code annotated section 23-19-201. And we have, staff have been working with the representatives from Hyperfiber on their franchise agreement and bring that to you for your consideration this evening. Because we have an incumbent already providing this type of service inside the city limits, our franchise fee has to be the same as the incumbent. That is 4.25% of gross revenues from the services that Hyperfiber will provide inside the city limits. It is for a 10-year term, which is set by state statute as well. Additional consideration being provided by the provider will be 4 strands of point-to-point dark fiber, which essentially means as they're building out their system, we'll have access to 4 strands to be able to utilize to tie some of our services together will piggyback with one another in that regard. Mark is here. He's the VP of Operations. He has a 30-minute slideshow. 2 hours. If you have any questions, I'm sure he'd be happy to show you the PowerPoint, but it's pretty straightforward. This is a franchise agreement that's established by state law, and this is simply a form of agreement.
Any questions of Mr. Albright? Director Webb?
Thank you, Mayor. Is this company local or?
They are an Arkansas limited liability company. Their headquarters are out of Missouri.
That's correct. Thank you.
Sure.
So pulling up their LLC from the Secretary of State's website, I did discover that the filing type was a foreign limited liability corporation. What exactly does that mean?
That means that they're headquartered.
They're out of the state?
They're
Okay.
headquartered in Missouri, yeah.
Director Garcia?
I just wanted to make sure I understood the map that we have, because
Mm-hmm.
it looks like I'm excited about this increased technology that you're bringing. And if I understand it right, you're bringing it to us in residential areas.
That is correct.
From north to south and east and west parts of the city.
We will build in areas throughout the city where there's not presently existing fiber optic cable already in place. Those folks already have the luxury of fiber communication services, high bandwidth. We want to build in those areas where that have been left out from the other providers that are building. So we've got maps that, and the maps that you haven't changed so much in that we are always finding new areas to build into. So the map could actually grow in size. And we could also find out that some of those areas already have fiber in them, even though we did our due diligence. But our goal is to build everywhere in Hot Springs where there is not presently fiber optic cable in place.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Oh, Director Webb?
Thank you, Mayor. Just looking again at the findings from the Secretary of State site, the date filed March of 24 or March 24th of 2023, would that just mean that that's the date that the foreign LLC was created? Does that have any relation to the time that this business has been in operation?
It just that is the time stamp on when they formed in Arkansas, when they applied for their certificate of franchise with the Secretary of State.
Okay.
Yeah, we've actually been in operation since, well, I joined in March, and I believe we started in either mid to late January, early February. But what I want you all to understand is the only thing that's new about Hyperfiber is the name. Myself and the other senior members, not only have we each got over 30 years experience, but a lot of us have worked together on other projects. So as a management team, we've done this several times before, been doing it since the late 90s, quite frankly. But Hyperfiber LLC, or Hyperfiber of Arkansas LLC, was just formed. We did our franchise application at the, I think it was sometime in April, but we filed the LLC in March. But the company that's based out of St. Louis, which is Hyperfiber LLC, that's been around for most of this year, if that helps anyone.
Yes, thank you for sharing. What about the foreign address being at Wilmington, Delaware? Does that
We
have
are a
any
Delaware
connection?
corporation, so
Okay.
that's just, Delaware's a very corporate-friendly state.
Right.
And when we filed the original company, the corporate, the way our hierarchy is set up is we have Hyperfiber LLC, and then underneath it, in every state that we operate in, because we are going to operate in other states besides Arkansas, we create a separate LLC by state. So that's why you'll see Hyperfiber LLC was formed before Hyperfiber of Arkansas. We've got Hyperfiber of Arkansas, of Florida as well, and then as we add more states, we'll create a separate LLC under each one of them.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions. I know this is an ordinance and not necessarily a resolution, so because it's an ordinance, would that mean that an RFP went out too?
No, we're not requesting it from them. They're requesting it from us, and we are obligated to provide them right-of-way because they are now a certified utility with the state of Arkansas. This is whether or not we're going to get paid for letting them use our right-of-way.
Thank you. Okay, that helps clear up a couple other questions too.
It's not really optional,
What isn't optional?
whether they get to use the right-of-way.
We can't deny it.
Okay.
We're just going to get paid for allowing them to have access to it.
Got you. And I'm bringing this next question up just to respect local businesses. I don't want you guys to take any disrespect to it. I haven't done a massive amount of research on your history, so I won't discredit you at all by asking this question. I will just want to make that clear with you.
Sure.
But what is it that this service provider is doing that, say, Mid-South couldn't? You know, Mid-South that's here in Hot Springs?
Mid-South,
Technologies or Mid-South Communications.
you're talking about Motorola Company?
Right.
Well, I don't
Or
think
It's a
Mid-South.
totally different
They- they
technology.
totally-
Motorola's wireless.
They don't do
and
fiber.
We're doing
Okay.
fiber.
This is more akin to Ritter,
Yeah.
or AT&T, or Resort Cable.
Resort, yeah.
Well,
I
again,
appreciate your clarification.
And
Thank
I
you.
would like to point out, although we are headquartered in St. Louis, the bulk of our employees live in Arkansas. We'll have close to 20 employees and about another 40 contractors that will be building the network for us once we get completely underway. So, and we will have a local office with local employees. Two of them are sitting right there, and that's our manager of our Arkansas market at the state level. And then Kyle in the middle there is our manager of construction. And then Paul is our contractor that's actually doing the physical boring of these boring machines that we use to drill underneath the ground to pull the conduit for the fiber optic cable. So they all live here. And as a matter of fact, Dan Kennedy, our CEO, is a native of Hot Springs. So
It's local.
He was born and raised on Hollywood.
I guess just to clarify too, Brian, if I may, the service that's being provided is fiber that is being inserted into the ground?
Yes, sir.
Could the same fiber not be in the air?
Yeah, but they will do both.
Yes.
They will do both.
Well, and would any of this not, and I'm bringing these questions up because this is a contract for 10 years. That's a pretty extensive contract. And any opportunity we have to give to a local company, I want to help us move in that direction. So are you saying that Mid-South couldn't perform the same functions as this company could to give fiber even if it's air?
Sure.
Per se?
Well, I guess I'll answer that a couple of different ways. First of all, this is a non-exclusive franchise. We already have franchises with AT&T, Resort Cable, Ritter, and now this one. Mid-South, through a Steve Gill, doesn't do fiber optic. They're wireless services.
But now Ritter, that's a company that, that's in Arkansas, it's in Jonesboro, but their hub is actually in DC, is it not? The new owner, I think, is Larry Green, and his major company, I think, is stationed out of DC.
That I do not know.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Well, what I heard from this gentleman is that they're putting fiber in where nobody else has placed fiber. So these
We're
other
trying to
companies
bridge the
have been
gap.
around a while, and even, and I don't want to speak for the other business plans, but I know that Resort Cable's been doing a lot of work, but they've been doing it in rural areas out in the county area, and everybody has their own niche, what they're focused on and what they're good at, and to the degree that they are able to build out our community in areas where nobody wanted to go or feel a need to go, then that's a good thing.
And I would like to emphasize, where we can do aerial, we prefer to do aerially because it's less disruptive to the local subdivisions and neighborhoods. But in some cases where no poles exist, that's our only option. And we take great measures to ensure that we leave the property as good or better than it was when we had to dig a hole to bury the fiber in it. So we pride ourselves in making it, we carry grass seed, we carry sod with us. We make sure that anytime we disrupt any personal or city-owned property for that matter, that it's repaired in a timely fashion back to as good or better than it was.
All right, any other questions?
I haven't asked him a question yet.
Director Dobbs Smith.
Can you make sure that it's grass seed and not hay seed?
Oh.
Because we had one of the contractors down in my area that put hay seed down, and you look at our lawns, and our lawns are nice and flat, but the medians, and then the code comes around and gives us tickets.
Don't negotiate a lesser product. They promised us sod.
Sod? Okay,
Yeah,
sod then.
matter of fact, here's the gentleman that can address that.
I can address that for you. There's a reason why. Because most of the cities around in all this stuff, I've been doing this for 25 years, all over the country. And everywhere you go, you hear them say seed and straw. Well, what is straw? It's hay that's dried out, correct? And it also has seeds in it. So when you put straw down with grass seed, you're going to get hay.
That's why
what
I'm
you're-
saying
that's what
hay.
you're
They
seeing.
put hay down and hay came
Because
up.
of that, our company, we have a policy, we don't allow them to use straw. Because
Right.
nobody, it's, A, it blows everywhere, all over people's yards, they don't like it. B, it doesn't look that great. And it does its job as far as letting the seed grow, but it does reseed as straw. And then you have a really nice Bermuda lawn with this patch of hay growing up out of it. And
And
it's
it
not enough to
spreads.
feed your goat. So, but we do address that way. I don't allow my contractors to use straw for that purposes. They will put down seed. A lot of times we'll put down a grass mat of some sort to keep erosion from happening, because that's what the straw is supposed to serve. It's supposed to be an anti-erosion type situation.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Director Trustee.
Thank you, Mayor. You may have said, but how many houses will you pass, and what's the time frame to build this out?
Right now, we're looking at about 15,000 passings, meaning 15,000 households
Okay,
that we
don't have access?
That's
to-
correct. That we currently have under, some of it is, 10,000 of it is overhead or aerial, and about 5,000 of it is underground.
Okay.
Not all of it is inside the city limits. He's talking about Garland County total.
All of Garland
Yeah.
County.
Yeah, but a vast majority of the city makes up, I mean, again, our intention is to build wherever we can in the city where there isn't existing fiber already in place.
And about how long will that take, do you think? I mean, is this a
It-
two-year
it-
project to build
Oh,
out,
no,
or-
no, 6 months. Paul, what are we looking at?
For 15,000 passings?
Yeah.
6 to 8 months.
Okay.
Yeah. And then again, as we go, you know, through neighborhoods and maybe we missed one, you know, that we're pretty good at finding them, but we do find new opportunities as we go along sometimes. So, but again, as long as they don't have existing fiber already there, then, you know.
I guess the confusion that maybe some of us directors are having, and I'll, at the risk of stating something incorrectly, I'll try my best not to. You know, many of our current providers have provided that service via the main corridors of Hot Springs and have not ventured off the main corridors. So, well, we can say that, yeah, Malvern Avenue has it, and Central Avenue has it, and Albert Pike has it, and Airport Road has it, and Higdon Ferry has it, but you can't leave the main corridors. Am I off base on that?
I can't speak to the specific roads that you're talking about, but I can tell you in general, a lot of the early builders, they came down the main corridors because they were really building to businesses, and then they would hit a neighborhood along the way of doing those businesses.
Yeah.
We're doing it just the opposite. We're
Right.
going into the neighborhoods, and then as we pass businesses that aren't served, we'll see if they're interested in the service, and then we'll provide it. But our main focus is residential high-speed internet service using fiber optic cable. that's brought straight into the home. So it's different than even what the cable companies do, where they may have a fiber backbone, but then they come off of that with the coaxial, the copper cable, which does limit the total amount of download or upload speeds. Where fiber, as of right now, it's the superior delivery mechanism for data, which internet is made up of data communications. So we're using the latest technology. It's all brand new. Everything about this company is brand new except for the people that work there.
All right, well, we appreciate you and good luck to you.
Thank you very much. We're excited to be here.
So we have, we've heard from Mr. Albright as far as the staff report. We've heard from the company and contractor. Any discussion amongst directors? Hearing none, we'll call the roll, please.
Director Dobbs-Smith.
Aye.
Webb. Director Webb.
Can I abstain?
You can do anything you want.
Yes.
Yes, or
Abstain.
Aye.
Garcia. Trustee.
Aye.
Holiday.
Aye.
Beard. Aye. Mayor McCabe.
Aye. Ordinance is adopted. Board of Directors, items for discussion. Director Garcia.
If there's no discussions, items, I move to adjourn.
She wants to get ahead of everybody at this late hour. But any discussion, items for discussion by board members? Director Webb?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick, Director Garcia, but I do want to, I guess, make this motion or make this request, if the board members feel the same way, to add the senior citizen facility to the ranking list of the city's major capital unfunded project list that is to be examined August 5th.
Yeah, we don't need a motion for that. We'll just add it to the list and.
That'll be part of the discussion.
Okay.
At the
Yeah,
retreat.
the reason it
Thank you.
wasn't initially is because they were already making an offer, so it was like.
Any other items for discussion? Hearing none, Director Garcia, we'll
I
go
move
back
we
to
adjourn.
your adjournment.
Second.
We got a second. All in favor, signify by saying aye. We are adjourned.